A moment of silence and prayer. Thank you. We can sit. Thank you. Hi. What is there? Let's check it here. Morning, members. The business of the day is oral questions as per agreement. We'll begin the business of the day by observing announcements, if there are any. We do not have announcements. Member statements, we have one member statement from MEC Mutara. We have member statements, 8, I will allow, 8, I'm in a good mood, Member Moriarty. I'm in a good mood, I won't do discussion, we'll read the 8. No, it's a joke, you can relax, it's a joke. Then I'll read on apologies, members. We've got apologies firstly from the Speaker, who's out of the province. Member Ramukhupa attending a virtual sitting because he's in the Ministry of Rural Development Symposium. Member Nkomora Lihuku, MEC, will depart early due to the national launch of the action plan. Member Goma, due to party business. Member Maluka, doctor's appointment. Member Masoleng, attending a Scopa breakaway session. Member Kaba as well. Member Albert is out of the country on study leave. Member Madzibadila, apologies if I've not pronounced that correctly, but is as well absent due to party business. Member Bosch as well due to party business. Member Celia's Scopa breakaway. Member Robinson to attend the Scopa breakaway session. Member Fuchs as well, Scopa breakaway. Member Delange, party business. Member Duplessis due to illness or ill health. Member Miller to depart early. Member Raslingwane to arrive late. Member Bloom to arrive late as well. Thank you very much. MEC Mutara, we can take the podium.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, yesterday we conducted site inspections in the West Rand as part of our commitment to deliver dignified housing to our military veterans. These inspections allowed us to confirm that the homes are ready, and this morning at 8 a.m. we began the handover to the first beneficiaries, 8 in number. At Western Area Borwa within the Rand West City, we inspected 5 military veteran houses, 4068, 6971, 4156 and 4175. All were at 95% completion, with the contractor finalizing fencing and touch-ups yesterday. We also visited Denklume, where 16 units are under construction. Of these 4 houses, 118, 119, 126 and 127 were ready for handover this morning. 8 others are at 90% and will reach full completion by next week, while the remaining 4 remain under construction. Honourable members, this is not simply about infrastructure, it is about restoring the dignity to the men and women who gave of themselves in service of our democracy. To date, we have received a verified list of 96 military veterans from the Department of Military Veterans who must be housed. Today's handover of the first 8 homes of this administration in the Rand West marks the beginning of that delivery, with a clear intention to provide no fewer than 23 homes in the West Rand. This morning's handover is a powerful reminder that the commitments we make to our veterans are not forgotten promises, they are actions. They are keys placed in the hands of those who served, signalling that their sacrifices were not in vain. Honourable Deputy Speaker, when we say Sieza Naguwe, we are coming to you, we mean it. We are bringing dignity, justice and a place called home to those who defended our freedom. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. MEC Ralihoko.
All the members in the House, this special The special house sitting takes place, Madam Speaker, in the wake of the damning interim investigation report by the Special Investigating Unit into allegations of corruption at Tembisa Provincial Tertiary Hospital, which was released on Monday. The release of this report has dominated public discourse, elevating concerns about what seems to be an escalating culture of impunity when it comes to how public funds are handled. On one side, this has put to question our resolve remove the cancer of corruption, maladministration, not only within Gauteng Department of Health, but across the public service. On the other hand, this affirms that the work we are collectively involved in, working with law enforcement agencies to root out malfeasance within the system, is bearing fruit. I stand today to reiterate the position of Gauteng Provincial Government that the recommendations made in the interim investigation report by the SIU will be acted upon without fear or favor. The Gauteng Department of Health, together with the Office of the Premier, continues to cooperate fully with all investigative processes. We are resolute to those who are implicated in the SIU report that must face full consequences for their actions. Since my appointment to the Health Department in October 2022, this administration has been at work to ensure that remedial actions in relation to allegations of corruption at Tembisa Hospital are fast-tracked and governance systems and controls are strengthened. At the time, there were 11 officials identified in the SIU report who were recommended for disciplinary action and criminal charges, with the criminal element still under investigation based on the second proclamation expanding the scope of the SIU work. Eventually, the 5 supply chain management employees who served as quotation adjudication committee members faced various charges based on their roles. The main charges were gross misconduct for failure to comply with the decentralized supply chain management policy of 2019 and gross misconduct which prejudiced the administration, discipline or efficiency of the department in line with Public Finance Management Act. 3 of the employees were found guilty of all charges and dismissed. Other employees left the employee of state, 1 demised, another had a severe medical condition. Chair of this, Madam Speaker, recognizing the age and need for reform, we have taken action then to improve internal controls and oversight mechanisms to prevent further acts of corruption. We have put strict controls on our procurement processes, focusing on supply chain management. These reforms...
Thank you, MEC.
No, but... No. No.
Oh. Member Maile, what is your problem, Member Maile? Thank you, Member. Ibambe, member. MEC, your time now. So I was saying, Ivale, because your time is expired.
So the sentence.
I get you interrupted, so finish up, then.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have put strict controls on our procurement processes, focusing on supply chain management. These reforms aim to reduce corruption, irregular spending, while promoting accountability and transparency in the department. Thank you, Madam. As we speak, all transactions between 500,000 and 1 million now require mandatory vetting by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. We have also set up vetting requirements that meet Treasury regulations as outlined in the PFMA sections of 16A, 6A, 4 and 4A. These sections require institutions to use a program system when buying goods and services above the stated amounts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MEC.
Ashamed of what?
Members. Member Engelbrecht, please. Member MEC, or MEC rather. We've got 8 member statements. We'll begin. Yeah, you can begin, Member Makwala. Just as a caution to members, we've got 45 questions there for the day. You must bear that in mind. So as you read your questions, please bear that in mind. You know you've got 2 minutes. So please, we'll do by 8. No. I said just as a reminder. So
thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yes. Access to universal health care, even for foreigner, is guaranteed by the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. The United Nations holds that the right to health supersedes nationality and legal status. Section 27 of our Constitution also guarantees the right to health care for everyone, including migrants. Madam Speaker, or the Deputy Speaker, perhaps we must educate members of Dudula that South Africa is also party to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, all of which guarantee universal health care to all, including to migrants and refugees. This is why the actions of the vigilante group Operational Dudula must be harshly condemned. Over the past month, we have witnessed the vigilante group Operational Dudula station themselves at primary health care facilities, insisting that patients produce identity documents before they could enter. Tragically, a one-year-old child of Malawian descent lost her life after Operational Dudula prevented her parents from seeking urgent life-saving care. Deputy Speaker, the actions of Operational Dudula are inhuman and barbaric, and they do not reflect the values of Ubuntu on which our democracy is built. As a result, a vigilante group, Operational Dudula, preys on the systematic failures of the health system, redirecting anger that should be directed at the failing health system towards foreigners. Contrary to the popular belief, the EFF stands opposed to uncontrolled and illegal migration. Instead, the EFF policies call for immigrants to be registered and documented in order for them to be traceable and accounted for. This is why, Deputy Speaker, we stand here today to reiterate the sentiments shared by our MMCs for primary health in the cities of Tshwane and Johannesburg, that clinics should not be used to enforce border control and healthcare workers should not be forced to moonlight as immigration officers. Frustrations with illegal immigration must be tackled head-on, where ordinary citizens confront the DA-led Home Affairs Ministry over its failures to address illegal immigration. It has become a norm in South Africa that many emerging political movements use illegal immigration as the focal point of their campaign. Yet once in power, most of these political parties fail to utilize state power to tackle illegal immigration through the proper administrative channels. Even with Dudula, we want to assure this House that the people of Gauteng that this is nothing short of an actionary gimmick to gain public sympathy and galvanize support for the 2026 local government elections. In closing, we call on Metro Police Services as well as the South African Police Service and even Mapanya Panya to be deployed at public health care facilities to ensure that law and order is maintained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Moret.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and honourable members. I rise today on behalf of Action SA to welcome the public commitment made by the Honourable Premier Panyaza Lesufi on the 9th of September 2025 in this House to conduct a comprehensive audit of all RDP houses allocated in Gauteng over the past 8 years. This announcement follows sustained and principled pressure from Action SA. It began with a formal submission by myself to the MEC for Human Settlements, was advanced through the Human Settlement Committee and culminated in a direct question to the Premier by our caucus leader, Honourable Funzi Ngobeni. The Premier's confirmation in this House that he supports Action SA call for an audit is a significant step towards restoring integrity and fairness in our housing system. This audit must ensure that beneficiaries still lawfully occupy their allocated homes. No RDP house has been sold illegally outside the legal framework, and documented foreign nationals are not unlawfully accessing state-subsidized housing that are meant for South Africans. Honourable Speaker, our communities deserve transparency, accountability, and justice. The current approach to housing provision is outdated, costly, and poorly monitored. It fails to deliver safe, clean, and inclusive living spaces for our people. Action SA now calls on the MEC for Human Settlement to urgently present a clear framework and timelines for this audit. Consequence management must follow wherever wrongdoing is uncovered. We will monitor this process closely. Our residents deserve answers. Let it be known, vulnerable residents of Gauteng deserve protection from those elected to serve them like ourselves. Action SA remains committed to this voice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member Masugu. Member Masugu.
Good morning. Honorable Deputy Speaker and the citizens of Gauteng, members of the legislature, I rise today with a heavy heart and resolute voice to address a matter of grave international concern, a moral agency, the confirmed genocide in Gaza and the growing global solidarity with the Palestinian people. The United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry has confirmed that Israel is responsible for committing genocide in Gaza. Israel authorities have committed 4 of the 5 genocidal acts defined by the 1948 Genocidal Convention, including mass killings, infliction of serious bodily and mental harm, and the destruction of life-sustaining infrastructure. The genocide has devastated civilian life and targeted institutions that uphold humanity, like your hospitals, schools, and places of worship. Over 252 journalists, more than 1,580 health workers, over 28,000 women and girls, and more than 18,000 children have been killed. These are not just numbers, they are lives extinguished, voices silenced, and future stolen. President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his address to the United General Assembly, stated, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice, there is a growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have an act and a duty to act. The Colombian President Gustavo Petro, in his final United General Assembly address, declared that humanity must stop the genocide in Gaza. It cannot allow another day of genocide, nor can it let Netanyahu and his allies in the United States and Europe get away with it. Honorable members, we must add our voices to this global call for justice. I call on this House to, 1, welcome and support the united confirmation of genocide in Gaza and demand that the responsible be held accountable under the international law. Support the recognition of the state of Palestine and the two-state solution as the only viable path to the lasting peace. Endorse international efforts to isolate Israel, including calls to expel it from FIFA World Cup and other global platforms until it complies with the international justice law. Condemn the continued killing of journalists, health workers, women, and children. Let us bear the silence in the face of genocide. As South African, whose own liberation was made possible by global solidarity,
thank you,
we have a moral duty to stand with the oppressed. Free Palestine, cease fire now, justice and peace for all. I thank you.
Members, Sedlan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker and members in the House. I rise today to welcome the announcement by the Minister of Electricity, Energy, Dr. Hosien Tsogamokgopa, on the planned end of load reduction in South Africa within the next 12 to 18 months. This is a historic step towards stabilizing our electricity supply and ensure that no community continues to bear the brunt of overload and failing infrastructure. Load reduction has affected over 1.9 million customers, translating to over 8.5 million South Africans, with the greatest impact in the Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. For too long, these communities have suffered not because of their own actions, but due to network constraints and illegal electricity connection. The Minister's comprehensive plan, including the rollout of smart meters, addressing illegal connections, and upgrading critical infrastructure, will allow defaulters to be isolated without penalizing compliant households. Equally, welcome the proposal to increase free basic electricity allocation for indigent households. Currently, household receives 50 kilowatt per month. Enough only for a basic lighting and phone charging. The Minister has acknowledged that an average low-income household consumes around 200 kilowatt per month. Moving towards full subsidization will mean increasing free basic electricity to 200 kilowatt per month, demonstrating government's commitment to ensure energy access for all, especially most vulnerable, without relying on additional fiscal allocation. We also commend government's plans to regularize illegal connection, refurbishing distribution infrastructure, and roll out the renewable energy solutions, such as solar and battery storage, which will benefit informal settlement and previously underdeveloped community. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress fully supports this intervention. Ending load reduction and expanding free basic electricity will not only stabilize our electricity system, but also uplift millions of South Africans who have long enjoyed energy insecurities. This bold action reinforces our commitment to equitable service delivery, social justice, and economic conclusion.
Thank you, Member. Member Mekgotsi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me greet everyone in the meeting and those that are watching online. On the 11th of September 2025, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature convened a stakeholder engagement with the Auditor General of South Africa. This important engagement reaffirmed our collective responsibility to strengthen accountability, governance, and service delivery in our province. The African National Congress, through the leadership of the Premier's Office, continues to advance the principles of a developmental state, one that is people-centered, ethical, and driven by transformative governance. A developmental state requires active state leadership, professionalized public service, and a culture of accountability that ensures the resources of our people are used to uplift society and eradicate inequality. Honourable members, Gauteng is already taking firm strides in this direction. The Premier's Office has prioritized professionalizing the public sector, equipping it with competent and ethical officials who act with integrity and an unwavering commitment to service. By strengthening internal governance structures from audit committees to internal audits and by improving intergovernmental planning and coordination, we are laying the foundation for sustainable and transparent service delivery. This is not just about compliance, it is about ensuring every rand works to advance the developmental goals of the ANC and government, building schools, hospitals, infrastructure, and opportunities for our people. Where failures or care consequence management is enforced to restore confidence and accountability. Through these measures, the ANC demonstrates its resolve to lead government towards a capable, accountable, and people-centered developmental state. Together, under the Premier, we are building a province that delivers with transparency, efficiency, and justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Engelbrecht. Member Engelbrecht.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, recently I visited Samson Elson School in Alberton. This school caters to some of the most vulnerable learners in our province, children with intellectual disabilities who rely on us to secure their future. What I witnessed was a tragedy. The headmistress confirmed that around 2 million was spent on building skills classrooms, yet these facilities can only accommodate 5 to 10 learners each. This is a school with 514 learners aged 14 and above, where 50% of their skill time, according to the curriculum, is supposed to be empowering them with specific skills. This means most of these learners will never touch a tool, never practice a trade, never receive the skills they were promised by this provincial government. Deputy Speaker, the school is supposed to be a centre of hope, providing skills in hairdressing, mechanics, woodwork, and catering. Instead, it has become a hollow showpiece, providing little to no training to the learners. And instead of providing meaningful education, it hands out certificates of questionable value to the parents. We must ask why our vulnerable children with disabilities are being used as pawns and not provided with the skill required to make them independent adults capable of making an income with a dignified livelihood. Deputy Speaker, every learner at Samson deserves more than this betrayal. The DA will not stop fighting for them until the department is held accountable for neglecting vulnerable children at Samson and many other underserved LSEN schools. We won't idle when these schools are without hope, without quality education and without a future. I thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member Mzima.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and good morning to members of the House and to Dudiba Gauteng. Madam Speaker, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we have raised this issue a number of times before. Gauteng critical infrastructure such as the substations, water pipes, roads are in dire need of regular maintenance. Without continuous maintenance, this infrastructure falls to despair. This is the failure of Premier Panyaza. I've raised it a number of times before that we now need to then ensure that we bring all the municipalities under one roof. We're able to then engage about how we're able to then deal with the issue of infrastructure on a holistic level, not allow what is happening to happen right now. We've visited quite a number of municipalities. Municipalities are now saying that they don't even know what they have underground. They don't know what the infrastructure is there. They don't know the state of this infrastructure. They don't know how to budget for it. And we are now surprised when this infrastructure is falling apart. We now have people that never used to go and queue for water, now queuing with buckets, going to collect water. This cannot be how we are going to proceed going forward. We're still saying that there is an infrastructure master plan. We want to engage around that infrastructure master plan. We want to talk about how do we then fund that infrastructure master plan so that we are all able to then say, this is how we're going to assist these municipalities going forward. And then ensure that the municipalities, get onto a program of fixing water infrastructure, fixing electricity infrastructure, fixing our roads. We are now paying 190 million rand a year, due to legal costs of people claiming against this administration or claiming against government. How much could we have then saved or actually channeled towards fixing the roads if we had done the basic things? So we're still calling on the Premier, we're still calling on the government of Gauteng and the municipalities to come around the table. Let's engage. We have an infrastructure master plan that we want to propose. Let's engage. Let's talk around how we're able to then do this. Bring municipalities, talk to the private sector in terms of how we're able to then budget and actually then get to a point where we're able to fund these things and then get these municipalities on the go and get the provincial government on the go again. Madam Speaker, I want to then say to you in closing, none of the municipalities will be able to, on their own, deal with the backlog that they're dealing with. Johannesburg needs about 200 million. They're not going to get that. They don't have it. Even for the next 10 years, if they do nothing but budget only for infrastructure, they're not going to be able to then get it right. Therefore, it means that we have to then, from a provincial level, see how we're able to then engage with the private sector, from a provincial level, giving guarantees, getting grants to the municipalities and keeping them to account in order for them to then do what needs to be done. So we're pleading again with the Premier and substantia to come around the table with us. We're certainly willing to then engage. The private sector is certainly willing to then engage. Municipalities in this direction, if we're able to then bring all of them around the table, we can then get to then dealing with this issue. And we can have a situation where people don't have to queue for water. We can have a situation where people don't have to go without electricity unnecessarily. So we can have an issue where lives can be saved because they are lost on the road due to potholes and things like that. It's up to the ANC to decide that is it now time that they come around the table with everybody and engage meaningfully and finding the solution on continue to do the same. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Ali.
Deputy Speaker Ndimthandayo, members of the House, good morning. Today marks the end of Heritage Month in South Africa, a season of color where we celebrate our cultural commodities, our food, our traditions, language, attire. We celebrate, fully cognizant of the fact that culture is not static, it's dynamic, it's fluid, if you will, ever-growing and ever-changing. What was naturally giving way to what is, and what is leaving room for what will be. There are things we used to do growing up. Children would clap hands when an elder gave them something. Our kids no longer do that. And that's not a good or a bad thing necessarily. But what we must realize is that that tradition has been replaced. Nature doesn't permit a vacuum. The absence of one gives rise to another. So what has replaced that hand clap of gratitude? Individualism, self-interest, unbridled ambition, impatience, entitlement, ingratitude, and a desire to take all at all cost. This is what we have taught our children. What led to this decline? And who's to say that that spiral does not continue as we speak? Well, we must admit that the values do not suddenly collapse. They erode bit by bit. With every golden handshake or brown envelope, the colorful shwe tapestry or shibelani fabric of our society is torn to pieces. The decisions that we take or refuse to take today affect our tomorrow. The roads we don't maintain, the water we don't reticulate, the schools we don't build, all of this is weaving together a new reality for our lineage, an undesirable heritage and a loathsome legacy which we may unwittingly pass on from one generation to the next. But hope springs eternal. We may yet change course only if we are mindful of the heritage of tomorrow that we create today. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Ali. We're done with member statements. We get to the business of the day. Member Maluka to ask the Premier. And I said, oh, Premier. You also, you MEC? Okay, sorry, wasn't aware. Okay, a question from Member Maluka to, are you standing in for Member Maluka? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deputy Speaker. The Ikaele Timber Shelter for GBV and domestic violence victims, situated in Braamfontein, remains inoperational and unable to service its clients. These are clients who rely heavily on this critical facility, as it is in many instances the only alternative accommodation and center that can adequately house them while their cases are being handled and can be safely kept away from their abusers and perpetrators. The reason for the continued closure of the center is apparently because it was unable to renew its operational license. Noting that the Premier had said GBV was among the 13 priorities for this administration, can the MEC please answer the following question? What is currently being done to expedite the operational capability of the center? Has the department ensured that all clients of this center have been provided with adequate alternative housing? And what are the timelines that the department can provide in terms of the reopening of this facility? Thank you.
Thank you very much to the question. The responses are as follows. In relation to the first part, a condition assessment from a maintenance perspective was conducted, and the report was tabled to Business Continuity Management Committee on the 12th of May 2025. Gauteng Provincial Treasury allocated a budget to the value of 2.3 million to the Department of Infrastructure Development for the maintenance of the Department of Social Development facilities during November and December 2024. These funds were utilized to refurbish Ikaele Temba 4 general building works, which was the service and replacing of slabs for waterproofing, 7th ceiling, tiling and painting works, plumbing and conversion of bathrooms to accommodate paraplegics. Secondly, electrical reticulation and earthing systems for the entire center and the issuing of a certificate of compliance, as well as the replacement of light bulbs. Third, the mechanical service and repairs that included the servicing of fire equipment, cold rooms and repairs of sump and the drainage system. And last, a budget confirmation for the repair and servicing of standby generators and lifts was approved and service providers appointed, while the service and repair of security systems is awaiting generation of purchase orders. Furthermore, a project for space planning and redrawing layout plans was initiated with DID, and the scope of work was confirmed on the 23rd of June 2025. This is currently awaiting confirmation by DID. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. All walk-in and referred clients are provided with the following services: intake and assessments to determine client needs and intervention. In case of sexual offense or rape, the client is assessed by a team of clinical forensic medicine team, wherein a J88 form is completed and, where necessary, post-exposure prophylaxis morning after pill is administered. All clients are then referred to other shelters that are registered with Department of Social Development for alternative accommodation. Where the client has reported the incident and there is a case number, the family justice officers conduct case tracking, provide psychosocial support and court support to ensure that client is kept abreast of the case development and receives emotional support through the entire process. The response to the last part of the question is as follows. Currently, the Centre does not have a fire registration certificate. The Department of Social Development will grant a provisional registration certificate once community safety has obtained a fire safety compliance certificate and the health acceptability certificates. Both these are dependent on space planning and architectural compliance work. Realistic timeframes to achieve the above will determined in the project plan based on the schedule of activities due to dependencies. Thank you.
MEC. Members, let's congratulate Dr. Tlou, who attained his second PhD just last week. Congratulations, Dr. Tlou. Yes, thank you. I'll even remember Ms. Mang clapping hands, don't be jealous, cadets. No, I'm saying even you are, so all of them must join in the. So yeah, that was on a lighter note. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Masugu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to ask a question to the member of the Executive Council for Community Safety. With the successful hosting of build-up events leading up to what's the hosting of the G20 summit, South African government has confirmed that while no specific or imminent security threat has been identified ahead of the security host of the country hosting of the G20 spectacular, events in the spectacular event in November 2025, can the MEC please indicate the following? What is the overall state of readiness by all law enforcement agencies, including the South African Police Service, to host the incident-free G20 summit in Gauteng province in South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Masuku, for the question. The response is as follows on the first part. Weekly Event Safety and Security Planning Committee meetings are held, chaired by the District Commissioner of Johannesburg. These are held to ensure progress on all outstanding workstream matters. In addition, weekly Prof Joints and Intelligence Structure meetings are held. These are chaired by the Provincial Commissioner. These provide guidance and directives to the Event Safety and Security Planning Committee. A total of 22 workstreams are engaged in preparing for the G20 summit. Each is in the process of finalizing operational plans, which must be endorsed by their respective provincial executives before being consolidated into the provincial SAPS master plan. The SAPS, the response to the second part, the SAPS master plan has already been drafted, along with the master plan overlay, and will be presented to the Events Safety and Security Planning Committee for further input and finalization. Once complete, the plan and overlay will be submitted to Prof Joints for review, amendments, and final approval. Overall, the province remains on track and aligned with the state of readiness required to ensure the successful and incident-free hosting of the G20 summit. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Is there anybody standing in for Member Kani, or is online? Member Mahlabi. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In terms of Section 205(3) of the Constitution outlines the South African Police Service's duties in preventing and combating crime. Section 206(3) makes further provision for SAPS to support provincial initiatives to promote good community police relations, forming the basis for community police forums, CPFs. The establishment and functioning of CPFs are then formalized through the South African Police Services Act 68 of 1995, specifically in Section 19. Following the attack on the volunteers/patrollers in Soshanguve on the 22nd of March 2025, the South African Police Services SAPS undertook to implement measures to enhance the safety of the volunteers. It is an undeniable fact that such attacks on CPF structures are primarily due to continued lack of resources or resource allocation to CPFs by the SAPS in the broader scale. The reactive approach by the SAPs in measures to address Soshanguve saga does not assist our communities at large and risk entrenching crime, as no broader framework is applied in supporting the CPFs across Gauteng province as a whole. Given this high crime rate, as a result, community support and interest in working with SAPs continues to deteriorate. In light of the above, MK Party would like to appreciate the MEC's response to the following questions. 1, given your previous commitment, has community policing officers, CPOs, been appointed at each police station to serve as a liaison between the SAPs and the community patrollers? Kindly provide details of names. Second question, has induction sessions of newly recruited volunteers being conducted by the provincial head of visible policing to inform them of the directives and guidelines related to community patroller projects? 3, has all police stations in the province been subsequently sensitized of the need for adherence to the directives related to the community in Boo? Let me see. Can I repeat the last question? Has all police stations in the province been subsequently sensitized of the need for adherence to the directives related to the community in Boo patrollers? Thank you.
Thanks very much for the question. The responses are as follows. On the first part, yes, each police station has a community policing officer appointed in writing. Patrollers serve under direct command of the station commander and station community policing forum chairperson. I'm not going to read the names. You asked for the names, but the list of the names has been prepared, and it's provided for as Annexure A. The response to the second part of the question, a program was developed by the provincial head, Visible Policing, for the 25-26 financial year. A total of 2,218 newly recruited patrollers were inducted, and 44 CPOs were in attendance during May and June 2025. The response to the third part of the question, yes, stations are sensitized on a weekly basis. At the District Crime Combating Forum, the community policing in Daba was hosted from the 31st of January 2025 to the 1st of February 2025. During the Indaba, the roles and responsibilities of the patrollers and the SAPs were discussed in detail. I will provide the annexures. Thanks.
Honorable Litwalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The MEC of Economic Development highlighted the strategic importance of the Tshwane Automotive City, spearheaded by the Automotive Industry Development Center, as a game-changing project that integrates logistics, production, and skills development into a cohesive and competitive ecosystem. This model, he explained, creates the jobs while also enhancing South Africa's export performance and regional trade. As a result of that, I therefore would want to ask the MEC to please update the House on the following. How is the Tshwane Automotive City project integrating youth training in electric vehicle and green technology manufacturing to ensure alignment with national just transition goals? Secondly, what are the specific export targets for youth skill production that have been set by the Department for the Automotive sector? And lastly, how many informal mechanics have been formalized or upskilled through the Township Hub model, and what support is provided in their access to EV repair markets? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the question from the Honorable Member. The answer to the first question is that the Tshwane Automotive City Master Plan is a special development framework to focus investment into an automotive city in Gauteng's Northern Corridor. The aim is to create a space where those involved with automotive manufacturing can live, work, play, and learn. In supporting youth training within this framework, the Automotive Industry Development Center, an implementing agency of the provincial government, is
supporting 3 key projects. Firstly, the AIDC is in the process of implementing and will launch phase 1 of a manufacturing center of excellence in Q3 of this financial year. The first phase will include a learning factory simulator as well as an electric drive and high voltage training system, which will be used to offer a range of short skills courses related to EV vehicle systems. The MCOE will be based in the Roslyn Automotive Supplier Park. The AIDC supports and signed an MOU with the Crisnell SA, who have launched an electrical vehicle training center in Gauteng. They utilize the internationally accepted IMI, which is Institute of the Motor Industry curriculum. This training center is in the east of Roslyn, Gauteng. The AIDC signed an MOU with Uyilo e-Mobility, a center hosted by Nelson Mandela Metro University. Uyilo houses an e-mobility accredited battery testing, materials testing, and live electric vehicle testing environment. The MOU focuses on collaboration on EV skills programs and support to the MCOE. Projects have been initiated in collaboration with Crisnell SA, Uyilo, and other stakeholders to develop QC2O accredited EV programs, as there is a gap in the current TVET space for this. These projects and actions align well with the skills development aims of Chapter 9 of the Just Energy Transition Implementation Plan 2023 to 2027 and with the DTIC NEV White Paper 2023. Answer to question 2, there are no specific targets in place currently. Answer to question 3, in the last 24 months, over 100 township SMMEs were trained on the below programs: tire fitment, wheel balancing, puncture repair, business startup, business improvement, early warning systems, and case and tools. The above courses are some of the general skills that are applicable, as well as in NEV aftermarket maintenance. There are also some training interventions that are being developed with the University of Johannesburg, where there is research on how to convert ICE vehicles into hybrid and/or EV. The informal mechanics also form part of the target market for the Manufacturing Center of Excellence course offering in terms of EV-related training. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Merci. Honorable Mekwe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. During the budget vote debate, the MEC of e-Government committed 1.5 billion to invest in Gauteng digital future to strengthen infrastructure, safety, and youth empowerment. Can the MEC answer the following questions? 1, within this budget, is there a comprehensive plan for installation of CCTV cameras and expanding the rollout of the e-panic button system in high crime areas, especially in township, informal settlement, and hostels? If so, what is the expected cost for the department? And number 2, how is this budget integrating youth development and equipping young people with the necessary skills to succeed in the field of technology? Thank you.
Honorable Lamin, is he online?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Premier in absentia, and Honorable members of the House. Thank you very much, Honorable Mekwe. There's an echo, Speaker.
Are you fine
Thank
now?
you very much. Yes, I'm fine now, Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Mekwe, for the question. Yes, the total cost for phase 4 of the CCTV cameras is 24,537,262 rands 4 cents. Phase 4 covers the following size as contained in Annexa A, which we'll send to you, member. There are about 31 sites, and we also break them down into corridors, how many in the northern corridors, how many in the central corridors, and how many in the southern corridors and the western corridors. Yes, the department has a plan to install the CCTV cameras. The Department of Community Safety provides the department with specific high crime hotspots areas which cover townships, informal settlements and hostels, and these high crime hotspots area inform the rollout plan. The rollout plan for the current site list contained in Annexa A, which will be provided in Annexa B. This is the progress report of the installation of the 59 sites and 160 cameras in the southern and western corridors. The rollout plan for the activation of the e-panic button is covered under Annexa C, as we have attached, and it will be sent to you, Honourable Member. Question 2. How is the budget integrating youth development and equipping young people? The department has committed to providing the ICT skills for 2025-2026 as follows. ICT skills training for GPG is 7,700, a number of GPG staff trained on online platform or physical activities. They were trained on cybersecurity, education and awareness, on ESI training, Microsoft certification, Microsoft 365 training, technical and non-technical collaboration with GPG departments and entities. Progress to date is 1,726 GPG staff that has been trained. On ICT industry stimulation and entrepreneurship, it's 13,000 people benefited from the ICT skills development program. On Action Lab, the training of GPG on Africa TEDCOM platform, one learning platform for the youth in Gauteng through Africa TEDCOM, partnerships with universities and incubation hubs, identifying categories for ICT capability and skills, identifying and sourcing of service providers, conduct identified training workshops, e.g. AI and digital mobile, and conduct digital entrepreneur training. To date, 6,785 youth have been trained on the various platforms. We trust the above is in order. Thank you very much, Honourable Mihwe.
Thank you. Honourable Shirota.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a question to the member of the Executive Council Human Settlements. With regard to the title deed backlog in Gauteng, will the MEC please advise, 1, what is the current backlog? Please provide details. What mechanisms and forums exist to monitor and accelerate title deed delivery? Provide details. What is the reason for the slow delivery of title deeds in Gauteng? Provide details, please. And what mitigating factors have been put in place to assist the delivery of title deeds following the closure of the Johannesburg Deeds Office? Details, please. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MBC.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question, Member Shirota. The responses are as follows. The current backlog, in a recent study done by National Treasury under Operation Vulindlela, it pegs the backlog in Gauteng at 213,786. This in the main comprises of properties located in townships with outstanding planning milestones and those properties occupied by residents who are not approved for subsidies in the housing subsidy scheme. The response to the second part of the question, in terms of the mechanisms and forums used, various engagements happen through intergovernmental relations in which the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements partners with other sister entities to address hurdles in the deeds registration process. These include National Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, the Office of the Surveyor General, the Deeds Office, as well as local government authorities. The Department of Human Settlements has also entered into service delivery agreements with some of the above-mentioned entities for output-specific matters. The reason for the slow delivery, I think I responded to it. In the main, it is because properties are located in townships with outstanding town planning milestones and properties occupied by residents who are not approved for subsidy in the housing subsidy system. The response to the last part of the question is as follows. The Deeds Office in Johannesburg has relocated to 28 Harrison Street, Marshalltown, Johannesburg. Most of its core functions are underway at this address. The office is not closed. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a statement and a question, Deputy Speaker. This 230,000 is a huge number. And this is a problem, MEC, that has been going on for quite some time. You've indicated no manageable and implementable plan to reduce. And I don't like using these terms, but it's merely an intention. I don't see any plan. And until we have a plan, the numbers are going to increase, the program is going to fail, and until we've got a workable plan where all parties are involved, it's simply a failure. Can you please indicate, MEC, whether there is a plan and what your department is doing to effectively accelerate this process? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. So the numbers won't increase, Member Shirota. The backlog is the title deeds, those where we don't have township issues, where we don't have issues around the opening up of registers in municipalities, etc. We registered those, and those are on our live sites where development is currently happening, so we don't have backlogs. The backlog of the 213,000, we do have a plan. It's municipal based because it requires the municipality. We can share, which we have also shared in the committee, where you are a member, the detail per municipality and what are outstanding on each. The unfortunate part is that majority of the outstanding items are in metro municipalities. Metro municipalities have a primary responsibility to deal with those backlog items, like the provision of roads, the provision of stormwater, electricity, etc. Without those, we can't register those townships. Those where bulk services are outstanding in the district and local municipalities, we are providing support directly from the department through the provision of funding to the local municipalities to be able to deal with those backlogs. But the backlog won't increase. As we issue the title deeds, the backlog will decrease. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Tere.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to the NPOs in the HIV/AIDS sector, could the MEC please indicate how many NPOs were funded for food parcels in the 2024-25 financial year? How many households were benefiting from this initiative? Since defunding the food parcels, has the department checked on the health condition of the children? If not, why not? And how many have had their CD4 counts dropped or defaulted on their ARVs due to inadequate and no access to meals? Thank you.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. In responding to question number 1, how many NPOs were funded in 2024-2025? It is 184 NPOs. And how many households were benefiting? A total of 32,592. And in responding to question number 3 on since defunding the food parcels, if the department has checked on the health conditions of the children, I believe we're not doctors. So as looks a member must refer that question to Honourable Member for Health, but I can basically indicate, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that food parcels program is just one component of the basket of services that are provided by these NPOs. And most of them, these NPOs, we are giving them food parcel through our food distribution centers, and that's how they are benefiting from there. But over and above, there's various also services that we provide. We've got almost 5,369 community caregivers. We've got 449 social auxiliary workers. We've got 684 children and youth care workers, 21 social workers, 561. These are all people that are funded through the NPOs by the department. And I believe we are doing well. In responding to question number 4, if not, why not? That is not relevant to us. How many have their CD4? Asise about doctor. Angeke siya CD4 kanto umuntu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu somlomo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate that the MEC is not a doctor, but I would think the well-being of the children, which includes their health, would be a concern. So for me, especially when I think MEC Ralohoko responded to Member Bloom to say we are seeing children with malnutrition, and specifically in this program, the reason that I remember this program was targeting HIV and AIDS affected children is to ensure that their nutrition, which is your role, is up to scratch so that they can continue eating their ARVs. I thank you. Very sad.
Thank you, Member Seke? Member.
Esomlo. Sengimani liyangihlupha nje ilunga. Kodwa lazi kahle kamhlophe ukuthi akusimo ophekayo. Bapheke emakubo. Mina ngibanike ukudla, bahambe bopheka. But through ama-CNDC basadla still labantwana. Asibancishanga ukudla. So ilunga malifundisise futhi ukuthi sithini. Siyabonga kakhulu. Angiyena udokotela.
Member Bakwala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Following the previous engagements with the department, during which progress, following previous engagement with the department, during which progress on the laundry crisis was promised, it has been reported that the laundry crisis has since escalated into a public health emergency that has seen a sharp rise in the number of hospital-acquired infections. With regards to the laundry crisis and hospital-acquired infections, can the department urgently clarify on the following? What concrete progress has been made since the state of the month in operationalizing laundry equipment at Charlotte Maheke and the George Mokaro hospitals? In terms of other hospitals experiencing laundry shortages, what is the status of both the Katlehong Hospital as well as Tambo Memorial Hospital with regards to laundry shortages? How many hospitals acquired infections have patients at George Mokaro, Charlotte Maheke contracted over the past 3 months? Are these figures higher than in previous months? And in terms of the Masakani Provincial Laundry, how many of its tunnel washers are operational?
MEC.
Amakwalazana eza overall zabondi zihlambe phaya namaklama laundry ababoni bayasebenza. Response to question 1, at Simja Laundry we have appointed contractor sourced spares and have repairing faulty equipment. And part of the things that we have done to that replacement too, it's CBW1 faulty sensor that has been replaced. CBW2 faulty wiring and software have been upgraded by OEM, and other equipment have been serviced and cleaned. Now they are all fully operational. At Dr. George Mokaro, he now is able to produce clean linen using commissioned machines with support from Masakani. The volumes of clean linen have increased and there is no longer shortage at service points. Then question 2, in terms of other hospitals experiencing laundry shortages, what is the status of both Katlehong and Tambo Memorial with regard to that? The response will be Katlehong linen shortages related to breakdown of machines from Masakane Laundry. Tanswart and Eatonville Laundries are assisting to clear the backlog. At Tambo Memorial, to ensure availability of linen at the hospital, following measures have been put in place: in-house washing machine, private laundry used for all theatre linen to avoid operation cancellation. At Tanswart Laundry, we wash blankets and counterpanes. And question number 3, the response under George Mokaro, the IPC HIA for the past 3 years have been done, which is May, June, July, and the total of that, it will be 58, because in July it was 16, and in terms of numbers, in June it was 17, and May it was then 25. At Charlotte Maheke, between the 4 months, April, May, June, and July, total number of admissions in the hospitals is 3,074. Yeah. In May it was 2,397, and in June it was 3039, and in July it was 2930. Total number of new HIA hospital acquired infection, that HIA, Madam Speaker, it's hospital acquired infections that Member Makwala is asking me about. We had at Charlotte in April 110, but the admission is 3074 out of 3074. And then in May, we have the number there. If I have indicated, the admission year 2 was 2397. Then we had 139 in terms of HAI. And then in June, the number year 2 is 3039. Infection was 98. And then in July, 2930, our infection was 108. The percentage then, if we go to that level, in April at Charlotte it was 3.6, in May 5.5, in June 3.2, and in July 3.6. But again, we know the hospital environment, when you have those numbers, you start celebrating because you know, although they are not supposed to be there, but at least the reduction is there. Are these figures higher than in the previous months? At Charlotte Makweke and Dr. George Mukari, both it's no. And then in terms of the Masakane, the only one tunnel washer is operational as we speak. Thank you, Madam Speaker, but we are looking into that. And I know even the committee was there to check it, but there are measures in place that we are going to make sure that all the tunnel washers that are there are operational. Thank you. You will get your question. Makwale, you will tell the question now.
Published on the website of the Department of Health, the department claimed that several hospitals in the province now fall under the 90 to 100% compliance category. Can the MEC please list which centers and hospitals in the province fall under this 90 to 100 compliance category? The article also claims that the department now has a dedicated budget of occupational health and safety budget structure and is actively recruiting 65 professionals, including occupational hygienists, safety engineers, environmental impact assessors, and OHS trainees. In light of this, can the MEC explain, one, where exactly was this budget sourced from, and what is the operational standing of these 65 professionals?
The first one, Madam Speaker, in response to the question, where the purpose is to seek MEC's approval for the responses to the questions of the legislature. Background, the Department of Health received notification for legislature question to be tabled by member Kpo, and then that question now for oral reply and to be asked, and subsequent to that question, that was planned on Tuesday, it was on the 9th of September when we did that. Then the Department of Health responses to this question, 3.1, in an article published on the website, as is indicating, of the department claimed that several hospitals in the province fall under 90 to 100 compliance category. The answer to that then lists the centers of those. These are the centers, Madam Speaker, that I'm going to list for Member Makwale. It's Steve Biko, that is between 90 and 100. Steve Biko Academic Hospital. The second one is University of Pretoria Dental Hospital. The third one is Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital. The fourth one is Fakomahato Health Sciences University Dental Hospital. The fifth one is Tshwane Rehabilitation Hospital. The sixth one is Mamelodi Provincial Hospital. The seventh one is Stekfontein Hospital. The article also claims, as he has indicated, about that budget that is dedicated. Indeed, the response then, this was from the Department of Health voted funds repurposed under OHS compliance. That's what we have. The second part of the answer, the posts have been created and the department is now recruiting based on the confirmed budget and created posts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
2023 State of the Province Address, Premier Lesufi mentioned that at the end of this term, 6 new clinics and hospitals will be operational in Hammarskraal, Daveyton, Soshanguve, and Sebokeng. With regards to the construction of these new clinics and hospitals, can the MEC please indicate, one, what is the progress update on the construction of these 6 new buildings? In the case where business cases have already been drafted or accepted, what are the timelines on the assumption of construction on these hospitals and clinics? In the case where land has already been identified, who are the owners of this land? For each intended facility, what is the status of land ownership on which the facilities will be located? And what has the Department of Health in its own capacity done to ensure the expediting of the construction of the 6 health facilities to date?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer, Madam Speaker, from the first question, Premier Lesufi indeed indicated on the state of the province, and my answer to that is that we are fast track as per the Premier's address. The new hospital mentioned were Olivenwood, Dipslot, Davidton, Orange Farm. Currently, these are new hospitals that are at the initial stage of planning. And then now 500 beds will be at Dipslot, Olivenwood District Hospital. The new Dipslot Hospital was identified to address high demand and accessibility to healthcare facilities in Dipslot and Olivenwood and the surrounding areas, because if you can go to Tembisa as we speak, you will find that most of those patients that are there are coming from that area. So hence, there is a need for that clinic. Initially, portion 123 Dipslot 388JR extend 48/348/3 hectares is owned by the GPG under the usership of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement and was identified for construction of the new hospital. Then the Department of Human Settlement allocated land size of 1.2 hectare in the new Tanganani multiply 14 Township development. So the allocated land size now of 1.2 hectare for construction of a new 500-bedded hospital is small. Alternative site then, which is portion 4 of the farm Dipslot 338JR extent 8.5 hectare owned by GPG under usership again of the Department of Education, was identified. The site is situated adjacent to the new Tanganani Township development area. The process to transfer usership from the GDE to the Department of Health user is currently underway. The new Dipslot Hospital business case was approved by the National Department in September 2024. Then the new 500-bed Orange Farm District Hospital, ERF 4395, Struct 4 Extension 1, extent 15.3 hectare, owned by the Gauteng Provincial Government, was identified again for construction of the new Orange Farm District Hospital. The site was determined to be used unsuitable due to its location on a hilltop. The Department of Infrastructure now is in the process again of identifying alternative sites. And due to the unavailability of suitable land, the department cannot finalize and submit the new Orange Farm business case for approval by the National Department of Health. Then the new 500 beds Davidton District Hospital. The new Davidton Hospital business case was submitted to the National Department of Health in August 2023. The Department of Health nationally provisionally granted approval on business case and permitted the department to proceed to the next stage of project planning. The project was handed over to the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency to assist the Department of Health with funding models and options to deliver the hospital. GIFA appointed professional service providers to provide technical support and assist in preparing for funding application through the National Treasury. The budget facility for infrastructure, which is BFI, the first application to BFI was submitted in May 2024 and response was received with comments. The clinical brief and operational narrative for the new Davidton District Hospital was subsequently approved by National Department of Health in October 2024. Currently, the department, with assistance of GIFA and its PSPs, is undertaking the following activities as part of the framework of infrastructure delivery and procurement management project phases. Finalizing the initial stage work Stage 1 delivery report, which comprises of, amongst other things, township establishment, site layout, environmental impact assessment, geotech, which already we have received it, the EEI 8 has been exempted, geotechnical study, traffic impact study, review of bulk infrastructure, servitude assessment, land surveying, land ownership assessment, develop and approval of stage 1, which is gateway initiation report done, which has been done already. The Department of Health and Ekurhuleni Municipality then is in the process of finalizing the process of township establishment application. The township application process is in the public participation stage as we speak. The department, through GIFA, submitted in August 2025 the memo with amended township establishment application together with processed site layout and advert for public participation to the municipality for approval. The anticipated date of the completion of this process is end of October 2025. Stage 2, its concept design is planned to commence this month, which is September 2025, which is ending today. And this stage is anticipated to be complete by December 2025. Once the concept stage is completed and stage 2 gateway approved, the department will resubmit the project to National Treasury Budget Facility Infrastructure for project capital financing in the last quarter, which is 9th of January 2026. Bid window for 2025-2026 financial year will definitely be commencing immediately after this submission that we're finalizing. New Soshanguve Hospital. The new Soshanguve Hospital was initially implemented by the National Department of Health on behalf of the province. The project was handed over to the Department of Health due to the delays in land acquisition and unsuitability of the identified site. Initially, ERF 1266 Soshanguve, Block T, owned by the city of Tshwane, was identified to be suitable for the proposed new Soshanguve District Hospital. Pre-feasibility study was conducted and determined that the site cannot be fully utilized due to the dumping site adjacent site, which requires an 800-meter buffer zone that we must comply with. Department of Infrastructure then, as a custodian responsible for land acquisition, requested the city of Tshwane for the donation of the alternative land. Portions 282 of the farm Klipfontein, 268 JR, and extent of 44.2 hectares, and the Infrastructure Department is awaiting response from City of Tshwane on approval of the donation. The answer to the second question, the Department of Health is awaiting the release then of the identified land parcels for construction of these hospitals. It is anticipated that once the land acquisition is complete, planning of the project will commence in 2026-27 financial year for the duration of 1 year, and construction will commence for 2028-29 financial year for the duration of 3 to 5 years. Answer to the third question, which is new deep slot 1 Olive and Oak District. Portion 4 of the farm deep slot 338 JR is owned by the Gauteng Provincial Department under usership of Gauteng Department of Education, and the site is adjacent to the new Tanganani thing. I think here is a reputation member. Madam Speaker, let me jump quickly. I'm sorry, my apologies. The last part, which is 4, on the answer that he wants, Member Makwale, is that the department has been preparing then to submit business cases for clinical briefs document for the construction of new hospitals. To date, the new Davidton and Deep Slot business cases and clinical brief documents are approved by the National Department of Health as required by the Health Facilities Revised Grant conditions or conditions of the grant. So the Department of Health has been in the process then to request property owners to expedite the release of the identified land parcels to further plan and implement the projects and secure funding of the projects through alternative funding. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Member Abrahams. Member Magane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
On May the 5th, the MEC, in collaboration with the City of Tshwane, conducted a housing inspection in Eersterust to engage with the community about their housing concerns. Can the MEC please provide details about the communities visited? And regarding all the communities visited, can the MEC provide us an update on the interventions implemented with the city to address the housing challenges these communities face? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks very much. The response to the question is as follows. The details on the community's visitors were Eersterust informal settlement and the Nantes two-room flats. The response to the second part of the question, the update on the interventions, the transfer of the freestanding houses in Eersterust. The installment stock houses in Eersterust consisted of 2,400 houses. These houses were built in the 70s and the 80s, with the last 850 houses in Eersterust Extension 6 completed in 1983-84. The City of Tshwane resolved that the economical scheme houses in Eersterust be transferred to qualifying beneficiaries in terms of the enhanced extended discount benefit scheme. This is a policy that is in force, this by using subsidization up to the full prevailing individual housing subsidy amount. The economical scheme installment stock housing projects in the Eersterust area and the progress made with the transfers are as follows as of the 31st of August 2025. The project total is 2,400. The title deeds registered are 2,400. The title deeds that we've so far received is 2,275. The title deeds that have been issued is 2,233, and there are 125 outstanding transfers with 38 uncollected title deeds. Although some of the outstanding transfers are currently in process, the Human Settlements Department is also investigating the remaining transfers and dealing with the respective cases on the merit and urgency it deserves. Some of the challenges with the outstanding transfer include unresolved estates, informal family substitutions, and informal sale of houses. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements appointed a conveyancing firm for this purpose, and the transfers are progressing well, with only 125 transfers outstanding. As the bulk of these properties are already transferred, the City of Tshwane continues with the process through the conveyancer appointed by ourselves. They ensure that the title deeds are issued as soon as they become available. On the transfer of the two-roomed houses or nanties in Eersterust Extension 3 and 4, 268 two-roomed houses were built in 1968 in Eersterust Extensions 3 and 4 to address the housing shortage among the low-income group. During sales campaigns in the late 1980s and early 1990s, these units could not be transferred to the tenants since there were 2 units per erf. Several tenants requested full home ownership, and this encouraged the municipality to investigate alternative ways of transferring ownership to the tenants. The investigation of the municipality reveals the following findings. To convert the two-roomed houses per erf into a single 4-roomed unit, however, 134 additional 4-room units would have to be built to relocate 134 tenants. After thorough investigation into the transfer of these properties, a proposal for subdivision was approved. Tenants were requested to arrange for the removal of informal structures to enable the land surveyors to perform their duties without any obstruction and unnecessary delays. There is a diagram attached that proposes the subdivision of nanties. But due to the challenges of small urban sizes, access to the back units that was only possible through the front unit, the roof structures and other challenges, the Human Settlement Department resolved to consider other options to transfer these units, which inter alia include sectional titles instead of the subdivision option, which will disadvantage some of the tenants to the extent that access to the back of the properties will only be possible through the unit concerned. In terms of the Sectional Title Act of 1986 and Act 1995 of 1996, a section or unit is an area marked as such on the sectional plan and is one of the portions of a building that will be capable of being exclusively owned. Generally, a section must be an area confined by walls, a floor, and a ceiling. Each section is exclusively owned to the center line of the walls, the floors, and the ceilings, which form the boundaries of that section. In the case of the two-roomed houses in Eersterust, 2 of the units are located on 1 erf, for which a sectional title must be registered. However, the units were constructed in such a way that the roof covers all 4 units on 2 adjacent ervens. This will result that 2 adjacent sectional title owners will share the same roof structure on separate properties and thus separate sectional titles, which will also pose a challenge to the owners around the maintenance and insurance for the building, especially the roof. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, through their Tshwane Regional Office, took over this project when they confirmed that they appointed a PRT to do beneficiary verification as well as the architectural designs for the subdivision of the stands. They further indicated that because of the complex nature of the process, they are unable to provide timelines for the completion of this project. One of the critical factors for the completion of the Nantes project is land availability, especially given that there is limited land available in this area. At present, there are about 16 large vacant stands in Eersterust. 3 stands are situated within the fluid line, which will influence development based on geotech and environmental principles and conditions. 5 stands are zoned educational, and the Department of Education will need to verify whether the stands are indeed required for educational purposes. 6 stands are zoned public open spaces and should be protected as such for quality of life. It should also be noted that the stand sizes are according to the minimum requirements. 3 stands are zoned special, 2 institutional, and 1 clinic. 1 stand is zoned residential, 2 or flats. There needs to be a decision soonest on the land that will be used for the Nantes project, or this could be a major challenge. During a visit with the MMC Maruleke to Eersterust, it was agreed that the occupancy verification would be undertaken to ensure the occupants were legal and had lease agreements. The verification took place. The following has been found. There are 268 units, 247 verified tenants with 21 outstanding verifications. There are only 142 legal tenants with lease agreements. There are 88 illegal or sublets and 17 under dispute. This is the outcome of the occupancy verification. The department will have to engage the Water and Electricity Department to do audits on the electricity meters that have been tampered with and to install prepaid meters. The disputes are mostly among family members. The department is working on these and collecting the required information to determine the rightful beneficiary. The cases that cannot be dealt with will be referred to the Dispute Resolution Committee. Our development planning unit in the department is also investigating and considering various land parcels in the Eersterust area for the process of planning for the development to include the renovation, upgrade or relocation of the existing two-roomed units in Eersterust Extension 3 and 4, and for the development of the infill area to accommodate the possible relocation of some tenants of the two-roomed houses. On the 4th of August this year, the Development Planning Unit confirmed that this project will be budgeted for in our next financial year, and further confirmed that they are busy with the business plan process in preparation to submit to National at the end of August. We await the feedback on the process from National Human Settlements. And then the Riverside Heights flats in Eersterust Extension 6. These are located on R5024 in Eersterust Extension 6. There are 8 blocks of flats, and these were built during 1980 and 1981. The flats consist of 184 units, 56 three-bedroom units, and 125 two-bedroom units. The Council, at its meeting held on the 23rd of April 2015, approved the transfer footstoots of the units on sectional title basis to the qualifying tenants. During 2017, the City embarked successfully on a refurbishment project which amounted to approximately 7 million rand for the Riverside Heights, which included the following work: electrical rewiring, waterproofing of the roofs, replacement of the entire underground sewer network. Phase 2 comprised of the repair and replace of all leaking pipes inside the walls, replacing of gutters and downpipes, welding of handrails and painting of the handrails. However, no refurbishment has been carried out inside the units because the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements refurbished all the units a few years before this project. The tenants have not been paying rent since they were informed that the units will be transferred, and therefore the City did not allocate budget for maintenance for this building. The City only undertakes emergency maintenance on an as-and-when basis. Some of the units are in a very poor state, and the installation of the pipes inside the walls or shafts causes the disintegration of the building's walls. In terms of the Council approval dated 2015, all units will be transferred as is or footstoots. The Township of Eersterust has been proclaimed, and the Township Register is opened. The sectional title register for Riverside Heights has also been opened. However, with the current application for the consent use of the preschool building on the same property, an amendment of the sectional title register is required to include such in the sectional diagrams of the scheme. As the creche was not part of the original plan approval, this needs to be granted for the consent use for land use rights for the creche. Previous attempts were not approved by City Planning as they disagreed with the type of zoning applied for and advised that the process be restarted and the application was resubmitted. In December 2024, a service provider was appointed to rezone the ERF and apply for Res 4 with rights to formalize the creche. The following specialist studies are currently in progress: topographic, civil engineering report and electrical reports, the traffic impact assessment, and the site development plan and building plan for the creche. The department is finalizing the signing of the power of attorney to submit the rezoning application, and this project should be complete by the end of our next financial year. A conditional assessment of the 8 blocks is underway to determine the cost of refurbishing all the blocks that are badly affected. The assessment includes building maintenance and electrical repairs. The total cost for refurbishing all the blocks will be compiled and sent to the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for consideration during our adjustment budget. Thanks.
Anybody standing in for Member Masoleng or Shizondai? Member Machen?
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. In his State of the Province address, the Premier identified the 40 West roads in Gauteng that would be prioritized for the current financial year. Can the MEC please answer the following? What is the current status in terms of the progress of the 40 West roads that were identified by the Premier in his State of the Province address? In a recent oversight conducted in Sidibeng, we discovered that Sebe Street, which was fixed sometime last year, has essentially collapsed due to long-standing stormwater issues which have been prevalent for at least the past 10 years. When construction was done on this road last year, was there no assessment done in terms of the stormwater draining around the area? And, if any, Are there current mechanisms that the department aims to implement with regards to the underlying stormwater issues that have been affected the quality and usability of the street? Thank you.
MEC, is she online?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to honorable members. Madam Speaker, there's a feedback in the, okay, it's now fine. Thank you very much to Member Machen. I must say that this question has been on the question paper for almost 4 or 5 sittings. In response to the questions asked by Member Masoleng, the 40 Mfuleni roads were completed on the 30th September 2024. In response to question 2, yes, an assessment was conducted during the planning phase, which considered stormwater drainage in the area. The objective was to ensure proper water flow and reduce the risk of related issues. However, the allocated budget only allowed for minor rehabilitation rather than a full-scale major rehabilitation. I must say, Honorable Speaker, that this is one of the areas that have serious challenges of bulk infrastructure, and the sewer system in the area is very bad. Question 3, the stormwater management falls outside the mandate of the Department of Roads and Transport in Gauteng. It is the responsibility of the Mfuleni local municipality to have a plan in place to address the failing water and sewer infrastructure, which continues to contribute to the deterioration of road quality in the region. If the matter fell within the department's scope, it would actively address the underlying stormwater issues through a combination of short and long-term interventions. This would include plans to improve drainage infrastructure, strengthen the regular maintenance of stormwater channels, and identify critical areas for targeted upgrades. This effort would be focused on enhancing both the quality and usability of the street, contributing to a more sustainable and resilient road network. Like I said, that the challenge of sewer system is a challenge for the municipality, and unfortunately, it's a role that must be played by the Mfuleni local municipality. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Was I audible, Madam Speaker? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you were still on the platform. Thank you. I'm told you are done. Thank you for that. Honorable Gobeni.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters in Gauteng is stunned by the fact that the budget book for the Department of Economic Development in Gauteng for 2025 states that since the 2021-2022 financial year, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller received 250 million that was meant to support and boost small, medium, and micro enterprises. These funds that were also a part of the economic recovery plan from the COVID-19 pandemic were supposedly meant to be leveraged on by the department. However, to date, no tangible report has come out of this strategy. In light of the above, can the MEC please answer the following? 1, what is the current status of the funds that were allocated towards the economic recovery plan for SMEs? Can the department please list how many SMEs have been direct beneficiaries of any COVID economic recovery plan? Which sectors do these SMEs fall under? Where are these SMEs located? And the department mentions that the 250 million was meant to be leveraged on. Can the MEC please explain exactly what this statement means? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Member. MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me start by wishing Honorable Ngobeni a happy belated birthday. The answer to your first question is that the program has since been disestablished after the fallout participation of IDC in blended finance initiatives. So this was not a GEP fund, it was GEP and IDC. And to date, the GEP can only account for more than 1.9 million. I'm not good with numbers. It's 1,912,211 and 29. Not that I'm illiterate, but that's not, I don't like numbers. That's why I was reading them for you. Yeah, I'm not a dom cop. You hear dom cops not understanding what I'm trying to say. Answer to question 2. It will answer question 3 and 4, Honorable Member, the question 2, because it has all the details. The first is the names of the 5 companies. The first one is Dunwich P2I Ltd. It's in services, and it's in pharmaceuticals, and it's in Egurule. So it answers question 2 and 3 at the same time. Number 2, it's Imbeu Pharmacy. It's also pharmaceuticals in Johannesburg. Number 3 is PPS Medical Holdings. And here they say it's health, so depending on the service they provide. And then it's in Johannesburg as well. And number 4 is Southwestern Dairy. It's in Tshwane. And number 5 is Ndaleni Investments in pharmaceuticals as well in Johannesburg. And then, so I've answered number 2, 3, and 4 with that answer. Number 5, this means that the amount is leveraged rent for rent, and the funds were used in partnership with the IDC and other private sector players to deliver the Township Economic Partnership Fund. Thank you very much.
No problem, MEC, we'll just verify. So thanks, Speaker. Can I continue with the next question? Indeed, MEC, we have seen the reports, and to put it lightly, it doesn't look good. 41% of the schools in Gauteng are oversubscribed. Of the 857 oversubscribed schools, 579 of these are primary schools. Truly, it doesn't look good. Regarding the capacities of our schools to receive learners for 2026, can the MEC respond to the following? Number 1, Tshwane is said to be the most affected by this, as 50% of its schools are oversubscribed. Tshwane also received the highest number of grade 1 and grade 8 applications for 2026. What is the department's plan to increase capacity through additional classrooms and additional satellite schools? Number 2, Ekurhuleni also faces a similar challenge, coming second to Tshwane in terms of oversubscription. How will the department counter oversubscription in the area through the provision of additional classrooms and satellite schools? In reducing overcrowding, has the department considered placing a certain number of non-fee paying learners in fee-paying schools where the department will subsidize them in order to mitigate overcrowding? And lastly, in order to reduce the pressure on certain schools, is it possible for the department to allow for parents who have the means to send their children to fee-paying public schools outside of their feeder zones, where parents will be responsible for providing their own transport to the learners in order to reduce the pressure on certain schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. Let me just echo the sentiments of my colleague, Honorable Maile, wishing the Honorable Member Ngobeni happy belated. With regard to the first question, the Gauteng Department of Education plans to increase capacity at schools to accommodate learners through self-built classroom, the provision of new and replacement schools
and the provision of additional mobiles to existing schools as well as satellite schools. In instances where the interventions are not complete at the beginning of the January 2026 academic year, the department will be making temporary housing arrangements at other schools as well as providing mobiles whilst the construction process is being finalized. These are the plans for Tshwane region. The first one aimed at self-built classrooms. Currently, we have 123 schools that we have identified and are receiving 455 classrooms. Secondly, new and replacement schools, brick and mortar. We've got 8 schools that are part of the new and replacement schools project, and some are targeted for completion towards the end of 2025 and others in early the first quarter 2026. Thirdly, we've got schools that are receiving additional mobiles. In that bracket, we've got 24 schools that have been targeted to receive mobiles. 7 schools have already received their mobiles, while 17 are still waiting to be delivered. As for fourthly, the satellite schools, we have 13 satellite schools that have been identified in the region of Tshwane. Five already are operating and 8 are yet to be operational, with some targeted for completion at the end of the 2025 and the rest at the early 2026. In regard to the second question, similarly in Ekurhuleni, the department plans to increase capacity of schools to accommodate learners through self-built classroom, the provision of new and replacement schools, the provision of additional mobiles to existing schools and satellite schools. In instances where interventions are not complete at the beginning of the academic year 2026, the department will be making temporary housing arrangements at other schools as well as providing mobiles whilst the construction process is being finalized. And these are the plans for Ekurhuleni region. With the first one being self-built classrooms, we've got 32 schools that are receiving 146 classrooms. For new and replacement schools, we've got 7 schools that are part of the new and replacement schools, and all are targeted for completion in the second quarter of 2026. We've got, thirdly, the additional mobiles. 10 schools, existing schools have been targeted for additional mobiles. 9 of these schools have already taken delivery of the mobiles. There's only 1 that is still awaiting to receive its mobiles allocation. Fourthly, satellite schools. We have identified 5 satellite schools to be established. 2 are already operating. The remaining 3 are targeted for completion at the end of 2025 and early 2026. And we have provided a list of the mobile schools, the satellite schools, which is Page Acres Secondary School is operating, Page Acres Pit Mefro in Paisley, and we've got Pit Mefro is also operating. We're establishing Sky City Primary, Sky City Secondary, and also have Race View, Albert's View Primary that we are constructing. With regard to the third question, the answer is that it must be noted that admission of learners to school is not based on affordability. Learners are placed in line with the admission criteria at schools with available space, and both fee-paying and no-fee-paying schools are expressing admission pressure to admit learners. And the last question, fourth question, all applicants apply to school based on the application option, which makes provision for application to school within and beyond 30 kilometers of their home address. So placement of learners is based on the availability of spaces in all schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. No, thanks for the message from MEC Maile and also Matume Chulan. I think I will just note the response from the MEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni. Member Dilebo.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In June 2025, JMPD opened recruitment for 500 Metro Police Officer trainees. Applications closed on 8 July 2025 with training to begin on the 1st of January 2026. The process required online submissions and region-specific applications with stringent eligibility criteria including South African citizenship, national senior certificate, age between 18 and 35, Code B driver's license, no criminal or civil convictions, medical and physical fitness clearance. As Mkondowesis, we believe that this large-scale recruitment must reflect principles of transparency, equity and merit-based selection to build public trust. Questions to the MEC. First question.
In light of COGTA's broader mandate to ensure good governance in municipalities, has your office required reporting on specific anti-nepotism controls in place during this recruitment, such as internal audits or red flagging or possibly politically connected applicants? Second question, has the Gauteng COGTA office requested or recommended the appointment of independent body, that is external auditors or civil society observers, to monitor the recruitment process for fairness, especially in shortlisting and interviews? Third question, given COGTA's role in promoting transparent governance, has your office requested that the City of Johannesburg publicly disclose key recruitment outcomes, that is shortlisting statistics, to build public confidence in the JMPD intake process? Last question, what assurances has the City of Johannesburg provided to your office regarding the accessibility for candidates to lodge complaints, appeal disqualifications, or report suspected irregularities in the recruitment process? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Ms. Muta.
Thank you very much for the question, Member Dilebo. The responses are as follows. In COGTA under Section 72, read with subsection 120 of the Local Government Municipal System Act 2000, which is a shortened Act number 32 of 2000, makes regulations, municipal staff regulations, which provides clear guidelines and processes to be followed on recruitment. The City of Johannesburg Metro Municipality adopted the regulations and follows the guidelines on all recruitments. Therefore, mechanisms for reporting, monitoring, and/or dispute resolution are in place. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. Chapter 3, subsection 10, directs municipalities on procedures to be followed in order to ensure fairness. The SAPS Act also empowers the Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Municipality to appoint members of the Metro Police Department. Legislatively, sufficient procedures and processes do exist to ensure fairness. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. The City of Johannesburg subscribes to transparent and accountable processes. Many members of public have visited the recruitment site, and a senior manager from the Metro Police Department and Human Resource Senior Manager are on site to assist with any query as and when it is required without any delays. The response to the last part of the question is as follows. As indicated, the City, considering the number of applicants involved, is alive to the fact that many complaints may arise, hence deployment of senior JMPD director and senior HR officer to the site. Complaints are taken and resolved as and when they arise over and above, in line with the City's conditions of service and the collective agreement. Labour representatives as well as employment equity representatives form part of the team deployed on site. They observe the process independently and submit their own reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Dilebo, your next question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Gauteng Township Economic Amendment Bill introduces provisions requiring malls in townships and supermarkets to partner with township-based enterprises in sourcing products and services. There's a concern that in practice, this might focus too narrowly on spaza shops, potentially overlooking other sectors and enterprises that also form part of the township economy. Questions to the MEC. First one, could you elaborate on how the department intends to implement these provisions in a way that ensures broad, inclusive approach rather than concentrating only on spaza shops so that the diverse township-based businesses can benefit? Second question, from your perspective, what is the conceptual definition of township economy and how does it differ from general economy in terms of structure, value chains, and development priorities? Umkhonto Wesizwe Party knows that unlike areas such as Randburg, which have designated industrial zones and central business districts, most townships lack proportional space for industrial activity. Last question, how does the Gauteng Township Economic Amendment Bill intend to break this dependency and move township enterprises beyond simply being endpoint retailers of externally produced goods? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The answer to question one
is that to ensure inclusivity, the department is implementing various high-impact programs to ensure a vast number of sectors are supported. In this regard, the department is currently implementing the following programs: install, repair and maintenance, township, retail, enterprise and supply development, and cooperative financial institution support. Answer to question 2, township economy focuses on all economic activities happening in the townships, whether performed by formal or informal businesses, driven by local needs and often characterized by smaller, opportunity-based and survivalist enterprises. General economy focuses on the state and the nature of economic activities within a specific region or globally that can impact business operations, including factors such as economic growth, inflation, interest rates, and external shocks. Answer to question 3, the Department of Economic Development, in collaboration with the Department of Infrastructure Development, is implementing the Business Infrastructure Provision and Support Program. At the root of the program is the identification of government-owned land buildings which will be provided to township-based enterprises for their day-to-day operations. This program is dependent on the availability of such industrial land and commercial estates. Answer to question 4, the department seeks to assist township enterprises to participate in the entire value chain of the economy. The High Impact Program is also supporting the township manufacturers by providing them with relevant skills to produce various goods in targeted sectors. These goods will be procured by the retail businesses and be sold to consumers. This is intended to circulate the money in the township and ensure the sustainability of businesses in the townships. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity, Deputy Speaker. I'm willing to sacrifice my question, Deputy Speaker, because of a concern of rather having made a lot of questions in this House and no feedback over a year. And it makes me wonder and concerned today coming up here as an MK member that we seem to be doing a tick box exercise, that we come here, we raise questions, and we don't get any return on that investment, if it is any. Now I want to ask you, Deputy Speaker, as to what measurements are there if you've got a question that you've asked over a year ago or almost a year ago, and a number of questions subsequent to that, where you don't get answer and nothing is done, and your constituency keep coming back to you as a member of the legislature to ask you as to what have you done about this. I'll give you an example of a bridge that I raised in this House in Soshanguve, where kids are crossing over the sewage, and it's summer season again. I've been raising this matter with the Premier. I've raised it with, he referred me to MEC Mamabulo. Only last week I got a call from the Deputy Mayor in Tshwane that they will escalate the matter, and that's just another English term. Now, I'm not motivated to continue raising this question that I'm supposed to raise, because I want to know the effectiveness of this House and its capacity to hold the executive accountable and deliver on the promises that they make to this House. Otherwise, we are indulging in a vacuous exercise. Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Honourable Member, you asked a question that is not... We got confused a bit there. I don't know what's going on now. Who's withdrawing what? It was what?
His question is this one.
Members Kosala, your question, you are aware of it, no? That is 25, not this thing that you asked. Or you withdraw, or you spoke, then withdraw. Oh, I keep on hearing this withdraw. I keep on hearing this withdraw thing, but I didn't understand. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, question withdrawn. Thank you. Yes, Member Sima.
Madam Speaker, I think we must assist each other here. The member is raising a very serious concern about a matter that has been raised a number of times. The rules are very clear on the time period in which a question can actually be answered and should be answered. And perhaps instead of us, ridiculing, we take the question as withdrawn, but maybe you must undertake it to then follow up and make sure that, there is a trail that is brought to follow up on that, and then to make sure that these things are then being taken care of. I would want to plead with you on that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
And my question, just Kosana, it's a ready puti. Uyayifuna ndingakunika njengoba ndithathe isikhathi nam to prepare this question. And that I don't think the rules allow that. Withdraw and I've done some work there because the community that have deployed, you need that. So please, it must just be, members need induction, members speak.
MEC is responding to it.
Yeah, I'm responding because I've prepared, and members must be inducted, Madam Speaker.
MEC.
Sorry, Madam.
On the question is raising on. MEC, no need to respond. The question was withdrawn. However, Member Skosana, Rule 134 on restrictions on questions for reply. They speak to some of the issues you raised. By the way, they're not here, but you raised linking to what is being raised. Please check that, the time frames on when, but there's leader of government business as well. There's also premier, where you can raise some of these things that are not answered to by members of the executive, or those who are supposed to respond or implement. Thank you for now.
And sorry, Madam Speaker, as now I'm speaking as the leader of government business. The whips of political parties have already addressed the issue, and they've written even to me and Madam Speaker and the Premier, and are addressing any question that is not being raised. And I'm aggrieved about what Skosana is doing, because for the past 3 sittings, I've been having his question, and it's here with me, and the things that are being raised, that the community needs those things. That's withdrawing in the House after the work we've done. It's not right. That's not good oversight.
MEC.
That is trying to
MEC.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, MEC. I was going to say it's withdrawn, so let it go.
But also, Madam
No,
Deputy
we don't
Speaker,
do that.
Some of these issues.
MEC, I mean, MEC. Member Litwalo. Member Litwalo. Member Litwalo. Member Litwalo. Member Litwalo. Member Litwalo. Just because you've got a bigger voice than mine or a louder voice, please respect the presidium. Mkupen. Please respect the presidium. Don't take you colleagues. I apologize for but you colleagues who are online, don't disrespect this house. Don't disrespect the presidium. When I say to not speak, remember what we've just done is very wrong. You had no business jumping in when I've said let's move on after MEC had spoken. And when I say Ibambe up, I mean exactly that. Stop, don't talk. So don't over-talk me because you've got louder voices. Otherwise, we'll get out of the meeting, colleagues. Honorable More.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a follow-up question to 5TR059 and 5TR042, in which the MEC of Roads and Transport stated that she cannot take action regarding land along the R82 Klep-Refiersberg Conservancy, as it is still under the custodianship of the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and has not yet been transferred to the Department of Roads and Transport. Can the MEC answer the following questions? What is causing the delay in transferring custodianship of the property near the R82 to the Department of Roads and Transport? What timelines have been set for finalizing this process, given the confirmed illegal occupation of the land? What immediate steps has the Department of Infrastructure Development taken to secure the property and prevent further encroachment while the transfer process remains incomplete? Number 4, what legal or administrative barriers are currently preventing action? And finally, has the department initiated any legal proceedings or collaborated with the Office of the State Attorney to begin eviction protocols And if not, what legal or administrative barriers are currently preventing that? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. MEC.
Thanks very much for the question, Member More. The response is as follows. To the first part, the register shows that R57 of the Didier Estates, Limited Portion 14, is located on the R82 and is reserved for the user DRT or Roads and Transport. This property is vested GPG and is illegally occupied. The delay is caused by DID and DRT finalizing the signing of a memorandum of understanding which will enable the transfer of the remaining assets to the Department of Roads and Transport. This MOU is pending the signature of the Roads and Transport HOD, then the concurrence by the DID HOD. The process to transfer this asset will be finalized upon the signed MOU. The response to the second part of the question is that the timeline to finalize this process is set for March 2026, 31st March 2026. The response to the third part of the question, officials from the Department of Infrastructure Development conducted a site inspection. However, the alleged unlawful occupants were not present at the time of the visit. An internal investigation is currently underway to determine, 1, whether the alleged occupant holds a valid lease agreement, or 2, whether the property is being utilized by community safety officials under an existing operational arrangement. Once the verification is complete, the matter will be formally referred to the Legal Services Unit for appropriate action. The response to the fourth part of the question is as follows. There are no legal or administrative barriers currently preventing action. The delay in progressing the matter is due to the ongoing effort to source accurate information regarding the identity and status of the alleged occupant. This forms part of the investigative phase and is critical to ensuring procedural compliance before escalation. And the response to the fifth part of the question is that the department will engage the Office of the State Attorney once internal verification is finalized and the legal referral is formally made. This step is contingent on the outcome of the current investigation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, MEC.
Yeah. No, it's just a comment to say thank you very much, MEC, for the comprehensive response. But if we can fast track everything, March next year is too long, so that we kept this thing here, people coming into our country, invading our land, and we take forever. Because let's be honest, they are aware that our process take longer and more. By the time they finish that investigation, next door, it will be another encroachment. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you. MEC, do you want to? Okay, you're good.
Noted and agreed. Thanks.
Members Kosana, thank you. Members Kosana. For Member Nkana, standing in for Member Nkana. You good? Oh, it was sorry. No, sorry.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Acknowledging and honoring the sacrifices of veterans is a fundamental part of empowering them. Having programs aiming to create sustainable economic opportunities and projects for veterans and their families is one important aspect of empowering them. The Department of Infrastructure Development is part of many departments that are mandated to provide such empowerment opportunities to military veterans, offering benefits like housing, business development, skills training, and social relief. Projects include providing fully furnished houses to veterans and their families, assisting with business plans and registration, and sourcing of funding for new ventures. As MK Party would like the MEC to answer the following questions. 1, do you have a record or records or database of military veterans of this province? 2, can you provide the record of projects that were allocated to military veterans as means of empowerment? 3, do you have plans in place for the empowerment of military veterans? 4, with the recent budget allocations to the department, what percentage have you set aside for the military veterans empowerment? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thanks very much for the question, Member Nkani. The response is as follows. To the first part, the department does not have a database of military veterans. The current list the department has is from the list obtained from the Office of the Premier and other military veteran organizations. The department has written to the Department of Defense and military veterans to provide accurate lists to the department. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. For quarter 2, as at 4 September 2025, The below services had been allocated to companies owned by military veterans through the SAM process. The first, Mukhaswa and Associates, for 424,000. The legal cost fees according to the specification. For VKM Dynamics, for cleaning services, buildings of the buildings and offices, the amount was 1,707,174 rand. The allocation to military veterans for 2024-25 financial year is reflected in the below table. Can I table it and not read all of the detail, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the list is extensive, but the detail is there. And then the response to the third part of the question is that the department plans for the empowerment of military veterans through an SEM process by exploring the following: 1, increasing the sourcing of quotation from this group. Number 2, finalization of the contractor development program, where points had been allocated to companies owned by military veterans. This seeks to empower SMMEs through various procurement initiatives and opportunities. And lastly, that the department-specific goals give points to military veterans owned enterprises to encourage the military-owned enterprises. Thank you. Oh, sorry. The response to the last part of the question is that the military veteran target is 2% of the procurement for the 25-26 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the response, MEC. I just want to make a quick comment that this matter of military veterans is a very serious matter, and we actually urge that a follow-up should be made with the MEC with regards to the promise that they are going to meet all the military veterans and try to assist them, because indeed there is an effort to frustrate the intention of uplifting military veterans. We would really appreciate if that initiative by MEC Mamabolo can be followed up, and it can be done not only on political allegiance, but to all military veterans across the spectrum. Thank you.
Noted. Okay. Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to the newly signed contract with Microsoft, can the MEC please indicate, 1, what is the annual amount for licenses for each year of the duration of the contract? 2, on which date is the first payment expected to be paid? 3, does the department have the funds to pay the license fees? And 4, what is the total amount owed to Microsoft by his department for the historical payments of licenses? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Honourable Walters, for the question. With regards to question 1, the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement for the Gauteng Provincial Government Departments is for a period of 36 months, from the 1st of March 2025 to 28 February 2028, and it amounts to a total value of 1,124,677,517 rands 14 cents, and it is paid annually. The amount that we pay per year, first year, second, and third year, is the same amount of 374,892,505 rands 71 cents. Kindly note that the rand value mentioned above are subject to fluctuations in the foreign exchange rate and may change from time to time. On which date is the first payment expected? An initial payment of 72,748,941.22 cents was made in April 2025, followed by a second payment of 30,036,917 rands 88 cents in May 2025. The third payment, amounting to 46,597,049 rand 41 cents, was processed in July 2025. As of September, the e-government is currently preparing a payment of 3.9 million to Microsoft. On question 3, does the department have the funds? Currently, the department lacks sufficient funding to fully cover the Microsoft contract as a result of budget constraints. However, individual GPG departments contribute payments based on their respective usage. On the question 4, what is the total amount owed by the department for this historic payment? As of 31st March 2025, the department has accumulated a debt of 636,2,434.57 cents to Microsoft for the Azure services over the past 4 financial years. Combined payments from the e-government and the GPG department utilizing ASO services amount to 291,882,547 rand 93 cents, leaving an outstanding balance of 344,119,886 rand 64 cents. I hope and trust that the above answers your question, Honourable Walters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm shocked at the amount that is owed by the Department for Historical Debt of 636 million. One has to question why was this amount allowed to occur in the first place. Given the fact that the department only has 1.5 billion as an entire budget, 636 million is well over a third of its budget just on historical debt, never mind the amount it has to pay Microsoft this current year. So one wonders then if the MEC can then clarify and give assurances that frontline services, as in the connectivity of schools to the internet, will not be affected by this blunder. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Walters, for the follow-up question. I think the member will appreciate that as much the licenses that we are paying for as the Department of eGov, we are also getting contributions from user departments because we are paying for licenses for everyone to use, and departments pay for what they are using. And what you call a blunder, I want to agree with you that it was picked up, and the intervention of myself and the Premier made sure that we are not going to have a switch off. That is why we even engaged with the Microsoft to make arrangements on payments, and that is why there was even drastic changes in the department in terms of management because of this blunder. But there is commitment from our user departments to contribute towards the payment of this, and I can assure you we are not there is no threat of switch offs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Waters, your next question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to reply to question Cocta 122, could the MEC please indicate, 1, has the assessment been completed of the building, the SAMI building in Ekurhuleni? 2, if yes, can you now please answer the original question? And 3, if not, by which date will the assessment be finalised? Thank you.
I should have worn flat shoes. Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to Member Waters. Just to note that this question falls within the ambit and responsibility of the City of Ekurhuleni. The response is as received from the City of Ekurhuleni. With regard to the renovation of the SMME building in the City of Ekurhuleni, the original budget was estimated cost project in 2014, and this was by the Office Accommodation Committee within the Division of Property Management, was for the amount of 283 million. The budget allocation for construction in December 2017-18 financial year was for the amount of 119 million, and this excluded the 5% DBSA management fee. The consultant's professional fee was for an amount of 25 million rand, and this was priced against the BOQ of 119 million. The fees are gazetted and they give the prescription that they used. So therefore, the total original budget was 144 million rand, excluding the 5% DBSA management fee on the construction value. The response to the second part of the question is that the total expenditure records per Finance Department for the period 2017-18 was for the amount of 52 million. For the period 2018-19 was for 59 million, and period 2019-20 was for the amount of 7 million. 2020-2021 was for 43 million. For the period 2021-2022 was 47 million rand, and for the period 2022-23 was for 46 million rand, and the total expenditure across the financial years amounted to 254 million rand. The response to the third part of the question, what were the reasons for the additional amounts in each case? According to the City, the appointment of the Development Bank of South Africa, DBSA, as principal agents, the site works were ongoing with the appointed contractor and the consultant. The COVID-19 hampered progress on site, and access and prices to material was limited, resulting in higher than normal prices for, in particular, steel. City of Ekurhuleni terminated the DBSA contract, and the site work was incomplete as per the contract data and specifications at the end of the contract by the end of the financial year. A legal battle ensued between the DBSA and the City of Ekurhuleni, and this conditioned a limited access to site. The extended contract of consulting team, who was LTE Consulting, then ended on the 14th of December 2019. The appointment of a new consultant, SNAP Consortium, from the panel in Ekurhuleni PS EPMO 0820192056, and the contractor from the panel, who was Anita Building Contractors, both in November 2020, with contractors panel expiring June 2021, the site on work resumed. The contractor with the contract expired, when the contract expired in June 2021, they were reappointed on the panel, and they give the panel details in February 2022. The site works were ongoing at the end of the financial year with the appointed contractor and consultant. This contract expired on the 30th of June 2022. With every new contract to the project, final accounts from the previous contract have to be drawn up and snagging of works completed, either by the new contractor in case of a legal battle or completed by the contractor before a new contractor can resume with works. With every change of consultants attracts a design review in order to effect professional indemnity cover. This has a cost and time implication, and the change of either the contractor or consultant will be based on tendered rates, which is often higher than the previously appointed service providers. The response to the fourth part of the question, whether any payments were made were unauthorized or fraudulent, no. The last part is also no. Then who authorized the payments and what action doesn't apply? What tender process was followed in approving the successful bidder? The response is as follows. The principal contractor was DBSA. The consultant, SNAP Consulting, was appointed onto the Real Estate Department's panel of the technical resource teams after successful tender process. As a TRT, technical resource team, the consultant responded to a service request order or a request for quotation that is based on the same rates used at the tender stage of the same panel. The consultant, Lesedi Technical Engineering Consulting, was appointed onto the Real Estate Department's panel of TRTs after a successful tender process. As a TRT, the consultant responded to a service request order or a request for quotation that is based on the same rates used at the tender stage of the panel. The consultant, SNAP Consulting, was appointed onto the EPMO after a successful tender process. As a TRT, the consultant responded to a service request order or request for quotation that is based on the same rates used at the tender stage of the TRT panel. The consultant, ARC Core Architects, was appointed to the Real Estate Department's panel and technical resource teams after a successful tender process. As a TRT, the consultant responded to a service request order that is based on the same rates used at the tender stage of the TRT panel. And then Anita FMI Contractors was appointed through the supply chain management process, contractor panel process. Which other bids were received and for what amount? I think it's contained in the detail that I provided. And this is signed by the acting EM, EM, thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the MEC for standing in for the MEC of Contractor. And I do understand you got the information from the City of Ekurhuleni, but just for the House's information, this initial project started at 46 million and is now ballooned to 272 million. That is a 480% increase over the last few years. And we still don't know when this building is going to be ready for people to move in and to use it, to provide service delivery to the residents of Ekurhuleni. It is an absolute waste of money. It is a white elephant, and it is a disgrace that this amount of money has been poured down the drain by the City of Ekurhuleni. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yeah, I'm earning my money today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable MEC, in March this year, you assured the House that the Katlehong fire station would be completed by the 30th of June 2025. We are now in September, yet the facility remains unfinished. Community continues to suffer fire-related losses, and neighbouring fire stations are overstretched. Given that both you and the City of Ekurhuleni have misled this House, could the MEC respond to the following questions? Number one, noting that your role to support and oversee municipalities precisely so that such failures do not continue unchecked, given that your intervention has been unsuccessful, what specific steps will you take to hold the city accountable and to ensure that the residents of Katlehong finally get a fire station they were promised? Number two, by when can the people of Katlehong realistically expect the station to be opened? 3, who has been held accountable for these repeat failures? And 4, when will the community finally see consequences for those responsible? I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Oops.
Thanks very much again, Member Waters, for Member Rustling One. Again, it's the response as received from the City of Ekurhuleni. The construction procedure was delayed as a result of the COVID pandemic. And additionally, it's important to acknowledge that the project was also delayed in terms of budget allocation during the 2 administrations preceding the current one for reasons unknown to the current administration. Budget has been made available by the current administration, which came into office in April last year, and a contractor is currently on site concluding the project. Other factors that have stretched the period of the project is the fact that extensive geotech investigations were also conducted, including the testing of earthworks and dolomitic conditions in light of the area's high susceptibility to ground movement and sinkholes. The findings informed the implementation of durable construction measures to safeguard the facility. These included the installation of specially manufactured manholes and high-density polyethylene piping for the plumbing system, ensuring resilience and long-term performance. Most significantly, the building was constructed on a raft foundation spanning the entire footprint, designed to provide stability against potential earth movement. Given that approximately 52% of Ekurhuleni is underlain by dolomitic formation, such interventions were critical to ensure that the Katlehong fire station remains structurally sound and capable of withstanding future geological shifts. However, while these precautionary measures greatly enhanced the building's durability and safety, they also required additional time to implement, which in turn contributed to delays in other construction activities. Response to the second part of the question, the contractor is on site, putting final touches, and the completion date will be determined by the contractor's schedule, as well as the availability and delivery of construction materials. This timeline will be continuously monitored to ensure that any potential delays are addressed immediately. Stakeholders will be kept updated throughout the process to ensure transparency and to change plans as needed. However, our target is to have the facility completed and functional within the next couple of months. The project is at 90% completion currently. The response to the third part of the question, who has been held accountable for the repeated failures? There's no response. When will the community finally see the consequence for those responsible? They're saying none. There's no consequence management meted out yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the MEC once again. I understand it's the information provided by Ekurhuleni. It doesn't surprise me there's no consequence management in Ekurhuleni. There never is for anything, and that's why service delivery across the metro is collapsing at the rate it is. But the residents of Katlehong have been let down 3 times by the city, with 3 different deadlines that have come and gone, with no consequences whatsoever for any officials. And it is a disgrace for the residents of Katlehong. I have written down that the MEC is, through Ekurhuleni, has given assurances that in the next couple of months, which could be quite broad, I think a couple of months would be 2 or 3 months. So let's say by the end of the year that this fire station ought to be open and functioning, and that the residents of Katlehong get a service for what they deserve. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
MEC Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question to the MEC for Education. Regarding Gauteng Department of Education's 9 billion rand school nutrition program and the ongoing High Court proceedings regarding alleged non-compliance and missing documentation, will the MEC please indicate, 1, whether the MEC and his department will deliver all outstanding documents ordered by Judge Wanless on 13 May 2025, including Bid Evaluation Committee and Bid Adjudication Committee reports, learner allocation records and related correspondence by the supplementary affidavit deadline of 22 August 2025, still has not been done to date. 2, who the members of the Bid Evaluation Committee and Bid Adjudication Committee were for this tender, including if any of them have faced disciplinary action or been reported to law enforcement agencies. 3, what reasons account for the omission of these key documents from earlier court submissions. 4, what steps has the MEC and the department taken to ensure that future tender evaluation and adjudication processes are transparent, fair and inclusive of compliance bidders previously disqualified? And 5, how the department will guarantee uninterrupted nutrition support to learners while these legal challenges remain unresolved? Thank you.
Thanks, Member. MEC, please respond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me just appreciate the question from the Honourable Dos Santos. I'm repeating myself here again. It's not 9 billion. 9 billion is the whole program for the whole country. 9 provinces, not Gauteng alone. Gauteng receives 1.1 of that 9 billion for the grant, which is quintal 1 to 3. When you say 9 billion, you know, it's unnecessary sensationalism and lies. But anyway, it's the last time I respond, or maybe go and read again. Now, to respond to the question you've asked, Honorable Dos Santos, the department has fully complied with the court order issued on the 13th of May. The second question, the matter is pending before court. So there are no findings against the department and its officials or its processes at all. The third question, GDE has filed the record in accordance to Rule 53 of the Uniform Rules of Court. We have complied. The fourth question, the department conducts all procurement processes in compliance with Section 217 of the Constitution and applicable supply chain management prescripts. The last question, which is the fifth question, the current tender remains valid and operational pending the outcomes of the court proceedings. So there's nothing that is happening. Kids are still being fed at school, no crisis at all. But again, it's not 9 billion. It's 1.1 that gets given as a grant allocation for quintal 1 to 3, no fee schools. That's what the Department of Education gets. Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks, MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and to the MEC. So 9 billion, I understand that it's not exactly 9 billion, it's a little bit less than that, but the full amount is more than the 1.something billion that you speak of. But I would like to make mention that the responses received by the MEC is non-responses at all. It's really trying to avoid any accountability. But is the MEC aware that the Bid Adjudication Committee that was held on the 25th of February lasted only 7 minutes, where they rubber-stamped and approved the Bid Evaluation Committee recommendations on a multi-billion rand tender? So I'd like to know from the MEC if he has, because this has been highlighted, has the MEC commissioned any forensic investigation to determine why the documentation ordered by the judge has not been delivered? According to the MEC, everything has been supplied. According to the applicants, they are still waiting for documentation. So has all the documentation been provided? And I just would like to also remind the MEC that the GDE has said it on oath that some of the documents do not exist or have been missing. So I'd like to know from the MEC, has he commissioned any forensic investigation, and have these documents been found or been actually been provided?
MEC?
Oh, this is it's supplementary.
Yes.
Okay. No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to advise the honourable member that you must desist from gossip and street talk and information, and bring it to the legislature for discussion. I don't discuss street talk, gossips. I don't discuss those things. I can't. Really. I think at this level, we can't be. You know, the people of Gauteng are listening to us, and yet we're discussing street talk. I mean, if you tell me 7 minutes, that's gossip talk. I don't have those things. You know, 7 minutes, we have not delivered. I've responded to you. We have complied with the court order. We have complied with the documents the court wants. So if your connection tells you it's not been done, that's not according to the records in court.
MEC, hang on a bit, Member MEC, please allow us to hear what the question to Member Santos says. Okay, MEC Quebec.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like as I was saying, that how do I institute a forensic on a matter that's not been concluded? I mean, those are basic understanding when you are at this level of the election. In fact, in law or a just principle of legality, you know, you would understand that you can't investigate what has not even been determined as an outcome or something that's been found any wrongdoing. There is no wrongdoing. Just to help the honorable member, just to help the people who are busy doing these things, feeding you, people who maybe they did not find themselves there. So they are coming to you because they know that you are desperate for any wrong thing. They say to you, this is what happened. I mean, for example, 7 minutes. If I would ask you to give me that documentation, the first thing you must respond is where you got it. Because you didn't come and write to me and say to me, MEC, can we have the records of this particular process? Because you didn't. As a start, for example, and the minutes thereof. So this is the thing that really it brings this legislature into disrepute. It's what erodes the public trust. The type of questions that we discuss, what we are expected to respond to, you know, and what is of public interest. So, honourable member, please, in future, when you want to come, I expect more from you. You know, I believe in you because I know you take your work very seriously. But the gossips, gonna talk, connection.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you.
No, you can't bring it to this legislation.
All right, thank
I
you.
mean, missing documents. There's no missing document.
MEC, thank you. Your time has expired on the
Okay.
supplementary answer. Member Santos, the second question.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's not discussions or anything. But anyway, let me ask the next question. Regarding the Gauteng Department of Education 9 billion rand school nutrition program, I understand where the MEC will say about the 9 billion, and the ongoing High Court proceedings regarding alleged non-compliance and missing documentation. Will the MEC please indicate, 1, whether any service provider or bidders flagged by the Auditor General or Treasury as high risk were nonetheless awarded contracts? 2, if so, on what basis? 3, how the department monitors delivery by service providers, including whether site visits, financial audits, or independent verifications of food quality and learner numbers are conducted. 4, how much has been spent to date on legal costs linked to the tender process? And 5, which budget program has this expenditure been drawn from? Thank you.
Thank you. MEC?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think I will leave the 9 billion because it makes sense to the Honourable De Santos. With regard to the first question, it's not correct that the nutrition program for the department is 9 billion, which is not 9 billion again. And the department is not aware of the service providers who are alleged to have been flagged by the Auditor General of Treasury. So there is none, according to our records. Again, street talk. And I advise them, remember, they're lying to you, those who are feeding these things. Question 2, please refer to one above. Question 3, the department has service level agreements to ensure that service providers adhere to their contractual obligation under the school's nutrition program. Over and above that, there are internal mechanisms that are in place to monitor and evaluate compliance, as well as implementation and compliance of standard operating procedure, as well as the NSNP policy. The implementation is executed as follows. The department utilizes the learner verification tool to confirm learner numbers, which are then used to accurately determine the appropriate food quantities for each school. These figures are regularly updated and reconciled to avoid under or oversupply. School principal, designated school nutrition coordinators, and food handlers are responsible for confirming the receipt, quality, and quantity of foods delivered each day. Delivery notes and schedules are kept on the school file for audit purposes. District officials conduct scheduled and unscheduled site visits to schools to verify service delivery, check food quality, and monitor compliance with hygiene and safety standards. The Directorate has developed a monitoring plan which has monitoring targets for each district. This guides districts on how often they should visit schools. Targets vary from district to district based on the number of schools and the number of monitoring officials the district has. The department has head office officials to conduct periodic audits and verification, including spot checks on food quality, delivery timelines, and adherence to the nutritional menu. Office officials visit schools daily. They target the most underperforming schools based on district reports. Service providers submit invoices along with proof of delivery to initiate the payment process. Food receipt vouchers are completed and approved by the responsible managers to authorize payment. These documents are then reviewed by the Departmental Financial Accounting Unit for compliance prior to processing payments. These are subject to internal audit, GS, and external audit, AG, scrutiny. A structured compliance and escalation process is in place as per the address delivery failures, food quality concern, or other incidents reported by schools or districts. And non-performing service providers are issued with warnings and are replaced as per the provisions of the service level agreement. Through this layered mechanism, the department strives to maintain the integrity and efficiency of the school nutrition program and to ensure that the constitutional rights of learners to basic nutrition are upheld. With regard to the fourth question, the department is represented by the Office of the State Attorney in this matter and cannot determine how much was paid by the State Attorney to date. With regard to the fifth question, the school nutrition program spending is accounted for within the public ordinary schools program. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yes, unfortunately. Okay, so the MEC again basically answered without answering. So firstly, I just wanted to get some clarity from the MEC. So currently the extended school nutrition program that delivers food to Quintile 4 and Quintile 5 schools is in jeopardy. There are service providers that have not been paid over the last 2 months. So I'd like to know from the MEC how this is going to potentially impact those schools that are currently relying on this school nutrition program. But I would also like to ask the MEC to share how many service provider sites have been inspected and how many have been found to be compliant, such as Section 5.5 of the contracts, warehousing. Thank you.
MEC. MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Again, honourable member, you don't have to like the answer. You know, the answer must not be what you want to hear. If you want that, you must go to home. Maybe you can do the answers that you want. Here, we're giving you the answer as per the question and according to the correct information that we have. So, answering and not answering is not there. We have answered you. Quintal 4 and 5 service providers and how's the potential impact? There is no impact here. We have issued a letter to service provider informing them that we've got budgeting pressures, and it's only for 2 months. They've come on board and they've continued to supply, and we're going to pay them. And you need to understand that Quintal 4 and 5 are not covered by the grant. It's what we get from the equitable share. So we're dealing with the matter together with Treasury and we'll resolve it. So there is no crisis. Kids are not going hungry at all. Kids are eating, service providers are delivering to schools accordingly and with meeting the quality standards. So there's nothing really to discuss here. It's just the communication between the department and the service providers, and which should be done because it's transparency, and it's ensuring that we're ensuring that stakeholders that work with us, they understand where we are and how we're resolving their challenges. That's all that we've done. That's all that we've done. And it's correct, it's a correct thing as well. So sites inspected, you'll have to submit it as a question because I will not tell you now how many sites have been inspected because I don't have that information right on my fingertips right now. So you need to submit it, and then we'll give you the correct information. I don't want to mislead the House in any way, so I will not respond because I'll then begin to mislead the House on that particular question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Member Waters on behalf of Member Ntsere.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to the school in Birch Acres in Mopo Mena Street, Ward 13, Ekurhuleni, could the MEC please indicate, 1, when did construction start and when was construction expected to be completed? 2, what was the budget in rands and cents for the school versus the amount that was paid to the contractor? 3, has the department done an assessment of what work the contractor has done, and have they tried to recover any money from the contractor? And if not, why not? 4, what consequences has the contractor faced by the department since abandoning the school site? And 5, what construction progress has been made in the other 2 schools being built in Ward 13? I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to the first question, the commencement date of the project was the 11th of April 2018, with an original completion date being earmarked for the 30th of September 2018. With regard to the second question, the contractor was contracted at a value of 36,215,265 and 32,162,226.02 was paid at the time the contract was terminated. With regard to the third question, assessments were done by the contracted professional service provider per stage to validate the claim amounts before payments could be affected. Thus, the GDE has paid for actual work done. Thus, no monies are due for recovery from the erstwhile contractor. With regard to the fourth question, the contractor did not abandon the school incomplete, but was terminated. With regard to the fifth question, the new Birch Acres Secondary School is currently at stage 4 design documentation. However, due to budgetary constraints that the GDE is facing, the project cannot proceed to the procurement stage until funding is sourced. The Birch Acres Extension 3 Primary School is currently in the work stage with an estimated 17% progress to date. Yes, well, thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the MEC for that reply. Given the fact that the contractor had already done 32 million rands worth of construction and that only 4 million rand is left over or left in order to complete the construction of the school, I find it very difficult that a department with 69 billion budget cannot find 4 million in order to complete a school that is 8 years overdue. Yeah. The MEC of Finance has just said he's going to give you 4 million rand, MEC of Education. So there you go, you've got the money. It actually is a disgrace. I know we're laughing about it, but it's an absolute disgrace that a school is 8 years overdue in a community that is desperate for a primary school. And all that is needed is 4 million rand, according to the MEC, to complete the school. So I would like to know from the MEC, by when will the Birch Acres Extension Primary School open for the community to use? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I believe I've responded to the honourable member with regard to where are we in terms of the project. So I don't think that we should be saying a disgrace. Concern, yes, I would agree. But when you use such words, it becomes difficult, So we will be, it's part of those projects that we'll be completing. And I can't respond to the date. I can't say when. We'll have to sit down and really provide actual, much more concrete info and response. So I've noted it, Honourable Waters. I know you sit in the portfolio committee, or if you're no longer sitting, your representative thereof, we will be able to give them that particular response as to when. And I want to welcome the 4 million that I'll be getting from the MEC of Finance. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member Sirota to MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a question to the MEC for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. With regard to Ekurhuleni portable toilets in informal settlements, could the MEC please indicate, 1, how many contractors have their contracts terminated and how many toilets do they have? 2, how many new contractors have been appointed to replace the old one? 3, how many toilet units do the new contractors have? 4, how many of the outgoing contractors have outstanding payments? And 5, how much are they owed to in total? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Shirota, for the question. As indicated previously, this is as is from the city of Ekurhuleni. How many contractors have had their contracts terminated? The contract lapsed on the 30th of June 2025, and a total of 23 service providers were affected. They were not necessarily terminated, and the total number of toilets amounted to 45,680. How many new contractors have been appointed? 15. How many toilet units do the new contractors have? 46,281. How many of the outgoing contractors have outstanding payments? The department has duly processed all invoices received by service providers, and these were processed for payment. All outstanding payments will be made by the end of September 2025. And how much are they owed in total? Currently, the department is engaging internal finance department to consolidate information regarding the amount that they may still be owed up until now. This question was signed, dated the 12th September 2025. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. MEC, in your position as acting COGTA, the city does not act in a vacuum. Many of these toilets are on provincial land and provincial projects. I've had numerous complaints from contractors who are about to withdraw thousands of toilets because of non-payment. Can I ask, what responsibility will the province take in getting involved? The city doesn't act in a vacuum, and thousands of our residents are being treated with very badly, and their rights are being put at risk at all times. So I'm putting the buck back at the province, because there needs to be interactive assistance to ensure that our citizens are provided with a basic human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
Thanks, Member Shirota. As you know, the city gets a direct grant for informal settlement services. Services must be rendered by the municipality, whether the land is owned by the province or the city. I'm sure that even in my capacity as the MEC of Human Settlements, working together with the MEC of COCTA, we will look at how to address it, even if it means requesting that National Human Settlements cuts from the ISUP grant that goes directly to the city for the province to assist. We'll do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Dos Santos. Honorable Dos Santos? Okay. It's two questions coming from Honorable Dos Santos. Honorable Waters from Honorable Nsegre.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is to the MEC of Social Development. With regards to food parcel distribution in Gauteng, could the MEC please indicate? 1, what is the criteria used to determine which families will be the beneficiary of such food parcels? 2, if a household receives only children's SASSA grants as an income, do they qualify for a food parcel? 3, how many families has the department researched to determine if they can survive off the children's grant? 4, what was the outcome of the research? And 5, in April, May and June, the first quarter of this year, the department, did the department reach its target for distributing food parcels, and how were these families surviving during this period? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Dos Santos. Honourable MEC Mazibuko. Honourable Masibuko. Honourable Mazibuko, you can reply for Honourable. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honourable. I'm following my speaking list, unless in somewhere. It was supposed to be education. They skipped education. That's what I'm.
Yeah, the Honourable member is not in the House. So.
Thank you very much. In response to the first question, with regards to food parcels that have been the criteria that is being used, the standard, what the department does, Honourable House Chair, is that the department prioritizes families with no visible means of support and in need of food security. And the standard operating procedures have been developed, and the criteria focuses on both primary and secondary beneficiaries under this program. The primary list prioritizes the following, Honourable House Chair. It must be household without any source of income, where members are neither employed nor receiving any social grant. The other criteria as part of the primary list, households with beneficiaries on treatment support who depend on food security for adherence. And the other primary list, House Chair, is the home-based care, which is the HCBC organizations that identify needy households and those that are food insecure. The secondary criteria is when we include all beneficiaries that have been assessed by the NPO social workers, the social auxiliary workers, the child and care youth workers. These professionals are expected to provide social support interventions and conduct case management in line with professional standards. Clear exit plans must be developed as the provision of food parcels is temporary measure and not sustainable. In responding to question number 2, if a household receives only the children's SASSA grant as income, do they qualify for food parcels? Social services practitioners do conduct assessment and case management to determine eligibility for food parcel based on individual household circumstances. And our Banapili programs does help identify children through the school's program. In responding to question number 3, how many families has the department researched to determine if they can survive on the children's grant? I will request the member to either request her colleagues at the NCOP to table that question through Minister Tolashe, because SASSA actually does fall under her. In responding to question number 4, it is not applicable. Question number 5, April, May, June, yes, the department did not reach its targets for food distribution. And in responding, the department, yes, indeed, did not reach its target for distribution because due to the slow start of delivery of the very same food to the department and also the slow start in delivering the food to those that actually need the food. Thank you, Yabo.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Walters.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and thank you, MEC. MEC, given the cost of living crisis that the country is facing, given the unemployment crisis that people are facing in Gauteng, and the fact that many children go to bed without a meal, according to research, one would have thought that the structures would have been in place by the department to distribute food parcels, and that by now, the excuse of the slow distribution of food parcels would be a thing of the past. Now, for the period under concern, April, May and June, your target was to distribute 50,000 food parcels. You only reached 60% of that, 30,000. And given, as I said, the crisis in this province with hunger, unemployment, and the cost of living crisis, one would have thought you would have reached 100%. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
MEC. Okay. Thank you, MEC. Honourable De Santos, you are back. You can ask your questions, please, to the MEC of Education.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Apologies for that. Question to the Honourable MEC for Education. Regarding the status of Alro Park Primary School in Nigel, could the MEC please indicate, 1, why did the department take more than 3 weeks to engage with the Alro Park Primary School community, knowing that learners had already been prevented from attending classes for 3 weeks due to unsafe conditions? 2, why did the department install air conditioners in 2024 on buildings that had already been declared structurally unsafe in 2023? The MEC has committed to building a new school for Alro Park within 18 months. Please provide the exact amount that has been allocated in rands and cents for this project. 4, has allocated already been approved? Has the allocation already been approved, or is it still subject to approval? And 5, will this allocation come at the expense of other schools that were scheduled to be built or upgraded in the current or next financial year? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable De Santos. Honourable MEC Chelwani.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regard to the first question, it's not correct that the department took 3 weeks. You must say 3 weeks for the MEC to visit, but to say the department, it's not 3 weeks. So it's not correct that the department took 3 weeks to engage with Alro Park Primary School community. The GDE acted immediately when it became aware of the plan to prevent learners from attending class. So from the day one, we've been engaging. Day one, getting regular updates. So therefore, just to assist you, on the 10th of August 2025, the district office receives a poster from social media platform that Alro Park Primary School will be shut down on the 11th of August and no learners or staff members will access the school. On the 11th of August 2025, district officials reported to the school and found community members blocking the gates and denying everyone from accessing the school. The official responsible for school infrastructure in the district and officials from the office of the MEC tried in vain to convince the community to allow the learners to attend the school, whilst their concerns are being addressed. On the 14th of August 2025, the Alro Park Crisis Committee, which was established to run with the process of forcing the MEC to come to the area to meet the community, was invited to the meeting at the district office. The district official explained to the committee that there is no database that suggests that the school will be built within the time they were alleging. And at this meeting, the committee suggested the following quick wins to enable learners to go back to school: paving, electrification of mobile classroom, mobile kitchen, and installation of verandas. These quick wins proposals were noted and escalated to the office of the district director and the office of the MEC. On the 29th of August, the district director once again convened a meeting with the committee, the school governing body, and the principal. The purpose of the meeting was to respond to the request of the committee regarding the proposal made in the meeting that was held on the 14th of August. The sole objective was to further negotiate with the committee to allow learners to return to school while infrastructure concerns were being addressed. The meeting saw a breakthrough and managed to fertilize the ground for the return of learners to the school. And on the 1st of September, the MEC with officials of the district from the head office responsible for infrastructure, engineers responded to the request of the committee to have the MEC expressing commitment on the quick wins and building on the school. And by the 8th of September, learners and staff reported back to the school and have established a platform of communication with the community representative to update each other on the developments at Alro Park Primary School. So from day one, we've been engaging the school. With regard to the second question, the 2 air conditioners were installed in the admin building. The building was not declared unsafe. It was not, but was recommended for renovation. So it was not declared that it's unsafe or non-compliant, but was recommended that we should renovate it. The third question, with regard to the third question, the allocation is subject to approval upon consideration of the business case. The replacement project has been initiated as a new school, and the following process are currently underway. We've moved very quickly in terms of the business case, and which the honourable member will be shared. It will be shared with him and the legislature for. So it's quite lengthy and detailed for honourable member to see where we are with regard to building the school. With regard to the first questions, I will refer to the third 3 above, the previous question. With regard to the 5th question, budget approval will be based on the submitted business case and available budget. Every project has its own budget allocated. No school, honourable member, will be compromised with the approval of Alro Park Primary School. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable De Santos.
Thank you, MEC. I look forward to that information that you said under question 3, if you could please submit it urgently. Just in terms of the last question, in terms of allocations, if I look at the capital expenditure, Alro Park isn't on there. So I'm just concerned as to where this budget is actually coming from to build the school within 18 months. Now, considering that we've got a number of projects that have been sitting for 5, 6, 7 years as white elephants, I'm a little concerned that, to build a school in 18 months, which I really welcome, but is the MEC truly confident that, especially DID, is going to deliver a school in 18 months? Thank you.
MEC, are you good? MEC Chobane?
Yes, thank you, Chair of Chairs. I said when I responded to the 5th question that we are finalizing the business case of the school. As soon as we're done with the business case of the school, we'll be able to respond accordingly about the cost. And obviously, then you will see the school on the capex. You can't see it because we're still at the level of the documentation. So I would appeal to the honourable members to be a bit patient and really must be assured that in no time we will be able to see Alro Park on that list of projects to be built and completed in time. So in terms of confidence in DID, I think it's a question that obviously we'll have to deliberate at some point, but I won't speak anything around the DID at this moment. So the 18 months, yes, it's a target. Targets are important. We can't have an omniscient targets. We need to put a date to a problem to show that we are committed in resolving it. So yes, I'd put 18 months, and 18 months will remain the target up until, if anything happens that really that requires us to shift the timeline. But the timeline remains. Chair of Chairs, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Dos Santos, ask your next question, please.
Thank you. Regarding the status of Alro Park Primary School in Nigel, could the MEC please indicate, one, what interim measures will be implemented during the 2025-2026 financial year to improve conditions at Alro Park while learners wait for a new school to be built? And two, given that Alro Park Primary contains asbestos structures, why was it not listed among the schools partially or fully built with asbestos in the department's official records? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Dos Santos. Honourable MEC Chulwane.
Thank you. With regard to the first question, the following will be implemented as interim measures to improve infrastructure conditions of the school. And this is part of the agreement that we what we've agreed with the crisis committee: paving, electrical maintenance, provision of mobile kitchen with complete connections, roof repairs, construction of a shelter for learners, repair of ablution facilities, installation of verandas on mobile classrooms, and brickwork to enclose openings at the bottom of the mobile units. So these are the interim measures that we are currently embarking on. With regard to the second question, according to our records, the school does not have a classroom built of asbestos. However, the school will be revisited before the end of September, which is today, to check the asbestos material as indicated, and appropriate action will then be taken to remove such material if found in the school. But according to our records, there is no asbestos classroom at the school. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Dos Santos.
Thank you to the MEC. So I'm glad that the MEC is putting measures in place in terms of recommendations that the crisis committee have proposed at Alro Park, and I'm happy to have seen that some of these things have already been implemented. So I just want to say thanks to the MEC, and the community of Alro Park is relatively happy. But just in terms of the asbestos structures, I didn't say a classroom is built out of asbestos. There is roofing that is asbestos, and that needs to be looked into. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Dos Santos. I'm moving right along to Honourable Advocate Lutsolo. Please ask your question to the MEC Economic Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Well, quickly, I must just also indicate that there's a typos in the questions as I captured. Regulatory hurdles and administrative burdens continue to impede the growth of SMMEs. Red tape and compliance challenges, especially in rural and township areas, make it difficult for businesses to trade and not scale. Can the MEC for economic development update the House on the following? Number one, what strategies is Gauteng province adopting to reduce the red tape and ease compliance hurdles for SMMEs aiming to improve their integration into the local economy. Number 2, which are specific laws, permits, or regulatory requirements as the department identified in 2025 for reform with the goal of reducing the administrative load on township and rural SMMEs. Number 3, what targeted initiatives or red tape reduction measures are being rolled out in Gauteng's townships in 2025 to help SMMEs better navigate licensing, regulatory processes, and compliance obligations. Number 4, what mechanisms and performance indicators is the province using to monitor the effectiveness of regulatory changes on SMMEs in Gauteng in 2025? And then lastly, how will this data be transparently shared with the public? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lutsolo. Honorable MEC Maile.
Thank you very much. The department has developed the Township Economy Development Act, which is now in the process of being amended. The objective of the TIDA is to examine the challenges faced by medium, small, and micro enterprises operating in townships and address them systematically. This covers red tape from municipalities, bylaws, and processes that are cumbersome for enterprises operating in the township zones. Answer to question 2, the Township Economy Development Act is one of the key legislation that is being revised to ensure that it addresses most of the challenges that are faced by GPG, MSMMEs. The Provincial Treasury is also in the process of developing the Gauteng Township Transformation Policy and Strategy, which is aimed at unlocking procurement opportunities for township-based enterprises. Answer to question 3, most of the issues that relate to red tape for the township-based enterprises are located within the municipalities, and these issues relate to MSMEs registration and compliance with municipal bylaws. The department is working with all municipalities in the province to support them in addressing these issues. Question 4, the department through intergovernmental relations reports is monitoring the number of MSMEs that are applying for registration in all municipalities. The number is being registered, the number that is being registered, the number of enterprises that are declined, and the challenges that are experienced by township enterprises. This also covers the status of ownership of township-based businesses in terms of South African laws. And the next question, number 5, the department is working with municipal structures and business formations in the townships. This process assists in discussing issues thoroughly before they are finalized. The data that has been discussed and agreed upon by all stakeholders in the township is assumed to be credible and accurate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Lutsolo.
I think the response is quite comprehensive, but also demonstrate that there's work being put in to really unlock economic opportunities, but also to drive the transformative thrust of our economy. I must appreciate that response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate. Honorable Mekwe, you can ask your question to the MEC Social Development, please.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Honorable MEC, recent reports indicate that over the past month, the Gauteng Department of Social Development issued numerous Form 38B notices for abandoned and orphaned children across several communities, including Tembisa, Alexander, Benoni, Alberton North, Carltonville, Togoza, and Vosloorus. This proactive approach is crucial to safeguarding the rights and welfare of vulnerable children in our province. In this regard, can the MEC explain what immediate support and care services are provided to the children identified through these Form 38B notices? 2, how is the department partnering with local communities, civil society, and the child protection organizations to ensure comprehensive care and protection? 3, how are other areas going to be covered? And 4, what preventative strategies and community awareness programs are in place to reduce child abandonment and support vulnerable families? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mekhe. Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. and truly appreciate the question. And in responding to question number 1 on the immediate support and care services that are provided through those Form 38B notices, our response will be the abandoned children, they are assessed and placed in temporary safe care with assistance provided for temporary safe care fees. Orphaned and vulnerable children are assessed and referred for top-up grant or social relief of distress. Post-advertisement processes are done whereby the notice is posted on the web and remains active for 1 month as prescribed by the Children's Act, 30 days for abandoned children and 90 days for foster care children, and also for reunification and also for the CYCC placement. In responding to question number 2, how is the department partnering with local communities? Firstly, stakeholder engagements and sharing of information and resources is what we do as the department. And the implementation of prevention and early intervention programs within communities. Referrals for other related childcare services such as late birth registration, medical assessment, school enrollment, and statutory services. In responding to question number 3, how are other areas and topics going to be covered? The department's levels of intervention focus on prevention and awareness, which includes community outreach projects, community radio stations, intensifying targeting women and children, early intervention program that focus on supporting high-risk families through psychosocial support, access to sustainable resources and skills training, statutory intervention. This is the last resort intervention that is always done by the department and the social workers, involving the removal and placement of children in alternative care through the court system. All services are provided by the department and also through funded NPOs, and including, in total, we've got 87 funded designated child protection organizations. In responding to question number 4 of what preventative strategies and community awareness programs are in place, in responding to that, there is prevention and awareness programs, there is educational programs on alternative care placement, or what we call your foster care and adoption. There is also psychosocial services that are provided. There is the therapeutic services. There is also family strengthening and family preservation and preventative services, and also programming and parenting programs that the department assists the communities in relation to. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mekwe.
Thank you very much. The MEC has adequately responded to questions, except that in terms of question 3, I was not referring to areas in terms of areas to be covered, but I was referring to locations that are not covered in this particular regard. But I don't expect the MEC to respond today. She can actually give me the information offline. Thank you so much.
She means locations or a location. She must be specific. You see, phones are able to give you location. She must be specific. Ushe location? Yeah, location.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mfikwe, you can ask your question to the MEC Economic Development, please.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The development of a stationary fuel cell in Enfuleni will break ground in the 3rd quarter of 2025. The SEZ is giving the necessary attention to the plan to implement renewable energy projects to counteract load shedding, hence the collaboration with ArcelorMittal. Can our MEC for Economic Development please update the House on the following? 1, with groundbreaking construction set for the 3rd quarter, which is the current quarter, can the MEC please confirm if the project is on schedule and whether all permits, land use and environmental, etc., are in place? If they are behind schedule, can the MEC please provide an updated timeline and reasons for the delay? 2, can the MEC please provide a list of completed pre-construction milestones since the project announcement, referring to results of the feasibility study, the agreement with ESCOM on grid connection, as well as readiness of infrastructure, roads and water at the Enfuleni site? 3, how does this fuel cell align with South Africa's renewable energy master plan? objectives? Lastly, and what is the role of ArcelorMittal and its contribution to this project? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Mufike. Honourable Maile, MEC.
Thank you very much. Answer to question 1. All permits and approvals for Heidelberg Extension 24 have been obtained. The Ritzbraid site environmental impact assessment resubmission has been completed and submitted to Gauteng Department of Environment. The resubmission was delayed as a result of rains experienced in February 2024. This was at the time when the traffic impact assessment was conducted. Mfuleni local municipality, through its council, has provided a conditional approval for township establishment contingent upon a favorable EIA approval. Answer to question 2, the following pre-construction activities were done. Undertook master planning and feasibility studies for the site, obtained and concluded a 99-year land lease agreement with the municipality, presented and reported to the municipality on the progress made for the site, obtained a council approval for the site master plan, conducted stakeholder engagement workshops for the project site, undertaking of EIA and all town planning proclamation process, including engineering service assessment, road master planning, fencing of 20 hectares of the site, secured investor commitments for site, lodged an application for site readiness through Infrastructure South Africa, submitted the SCZ designation application for this site with DTIC. The feasibility studies for the site have been completed. The electricity supply for these sites lies with the Mfuleni local municipality. Infrastructure readiness will be reached once the designs for bulk infrastructure requirements have been completed. Currently, this site does not have any services. Answer to question 3. The fuel cell assembly plant is an ambitious initiative spearheaded by a private investor aiming to establish a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility within the VAL. Well, it's not an SEZ because it's not yet site in Ritzbraid. This project is grounded in the urgent need to address environmental issues, specifically the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by promoting the use of innovative energy solutions such as hydrogen fuel cells, by utilizing hydrogen or LPG as a fuel source instead of traditional diesel fuel. The fuel cell to be assembled in this facility seeks to significantly diminish the carbon footprint associated with traditional energy production methods. Furthermore, this initiative is strategically aligned with South Africa's Just Energy Transition Plan and the Renewable Energy Master Plan, both of which underscores the nation's commitment to sustainable development and environmental stewardship. Answer to the last question, the VAL Future SEZ established a partnership with ArcelorMittal South Africa due to the shared boundary at the Ritzbraid site. In 2023, AMSA allocated 550 hectares for the co-development of solar farm installations in collaboration with VAL SEZ.
Online.
Sorry? Please.
What?
Please mute.
The chamber is muted. We can't hear anything online.
Please mute. Mute, please.
No,
they can't hear.
It means whoever is the administrator muted us.
Yeah.
Slept by mistake, pressed.
Yeah.
They are tired because we've been talking.
Okay.
Just wake up.
We'll attend to it.
Yeah. You can hear now.
We can't hear anything online.
Okay, it's fine. We will write on the platform.
Go ahead, MEC.
Just mute them.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're saying that so it won't make sense if I start in the middle, but let me just finish. This initiative is categorized as a non-SEZ activity at this stage. As the SEZ progresses, or the future SEZ, this initiative is expected to advance, particularly in response to future affordability challenges regarding energy that investors may encounter to ensure their sustainability. So this is not a project that's going to be funded by government. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Honourable Mfikwe. Thank you, MEC.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I don't have a follow-up question, but just a short remark. Renewable energy is meant to assist us in dealing with climate change as well. I hope that the MEC for Environment will have keen interest in the rollout of the program so that, if possible, the province could claim carbon credits as well out of this project. But thank you very much, MEC Milo, for the responses. Thanks, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. Dr. Mokheti, please ask the question to the MEC Environment, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to the honourable members on the platform and in the House. The question to the MEC for Environment reads as follows. Climate change is a persistent reality. Air quality in the region continues to deteriorate, while both the quality and availability of water are in decline. This places vulnerable sectors at greater risk and exacerbates environmental instability. May the MEC for Environment respond to the following questions regarding environmental sustainability and climate change, particularly in relation to air and water pollution. 1. Could the MEC assure us that the department has developed a tangible plan to invest in green technology and tree planting initiatives as mitigation measures to address climate change? And 2, could the MEC provide detail on the establishment of a disaster management center equipped with state-of-the-art disaster management tools, including the budget allocation required by the department for the establishment of such a center? Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Dr. Mokheti. Honourable MEC Botha.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much for the question, Honourable Mokheti. The Department of Environment has developed the Gauteng City Region Overarching Climate Change Response Strategy, which is a comprehensive framework to guide the province towards climate resilience and low-carbon development while supporting economic growth and social well-being. The strategy prioritises interventions across key sections such as transport, energy, built environment, agriculture and waste, with cross-cutting themes including green procurement, research and awareness as enablers of successful implementation. In support of the strategy, the department has also developed the Gauteng Green Public Procurement Guideline, which will be submitted to EXCO for consideration and approval. The guideline seeks to institutionalise sustainable procurement as provincial policy. In addition, the guideline aims to stimulate demand for environmentally friendly goods and services, reduce the province's carbon footprint and support green economic growth. By integrating sustainability, consumption and production principles into government purchasing, the GPPG promotes climate-smart budgeting and enables Gauteng's transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient economy. It further ensures that budget allocations for goods, services and infrastructure deliver both economic and social benefits while fostering a just transition. The guideline requires all provincial departments and entities to adopt sustainable procurement practices in a uniform and coordinated manner. Complementing these policy measures, the Gauteng 1 Million Trees project, launched by the Gauteng Department of Environment in 2020, aims to plant 1 million indigenous fruit and shade trees in townships, informal settlements and hostels. These are our TISH areas, to strengthen climate adaptation, mitigation and food security. To date, 873,000 trees have been planted in different municipalities across the province. Furthermore, the department is participating in the President's 10 Million Trees programme with the intended target of planting 1 million trees on 24 September 2025. In addition, the member of the Executive Council, Environment, has committed the department to plant 193,000 trees by the end of March 2026, with municipalities and government entities also actively participating in this initiative. All these initiatives collectively demonstrate Gauteng's strong commitment to climate-smart development, strengthening urban resilience, and improving environmental qualities for its communities. At question 2, Chair of Chairs, in terms of the Disaster Management Act 57 of 2002, the mandate for establishing such a centre resides with the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Lastly, the Department of Environment assisted the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in providing a climate-smart agricultural plan that assists farmers in the province in selecting adaptive practices such as heat-resistant crops and high-precision irrigation systems for their agricultural operations. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Botha. Dr. Mokheti.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the response. You know, my worry is, maybe I did not hear you correctly, on the strategy, whether I think Member Fikwe did make mention that about renewable energy. So I'm just worried that we don't have a proper disposal site or a site that we can say will dispose those solar panels when they are no longer in use, and in turn they can also impact on climate change. And then on air pollution, just a comment, MEC. I don't know whether is it myself, what I've realized that a lot of people are now having conditions of respiratory infections like your asthma and lung cancer and so on and so forth. So I think if we can move with speed to make sure that we really implement and force the municipalities to comply in terms of air quality monitoring, we can be able to save some few lives. Thank you very much, Chair. That was just my comment.
Chair, I rise on Rule 134.7. May I ask a supplementary question, please?
Honourable Walters, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The comments are noted. I think that from an air quality perspective, this is something that's obviously been quite bothersome for quite some time now. And these are caused by a number of factors: burning dirty fuels, the burning of various plastics through unregulated buyback centres and informal waste pickers. So these are matters that we're starting to look at in terms of actually building industry around the waste market itself, so that we can start to regulate it in a bit more of a targeted manner, while also creating jobs. So the air quality is something that needs to be taken care of. It's also why we're looking at the 200 low-cost sensors and beyond. I think that we need to enter into triple Ps around that particular point as well. The low-cost sensors are going to be crucial. We just launched a couple now in Mamelodi as well about a week ago. And then in terms of the solar panels, I think that's a great question, and it's noted. It's something that I'll definitely take into consideration. But if we're looking at our various integrated waste management facilities, waste to energy, waste to consumables, a lot of these things will be able to be turned back into some sort of recycled product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Sister Dinyane, you can ask your question to the MEC Social Development, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Once again, the African National Congress remains committed to restoring the dignity of our people, particularly the most vulnerable. Homelessness is one of the starkest manifestations of inequality, and we welcome the department intervention. In the partnership with Mohale City Local Municipality, to launch a shelter for the homeless in Krugersdorp. This initiative advances our agenda of fighting poverty and exclusion, while creating pathways for opportunity and hope. Can the MEC provide an update on the following questions? 1, how does the department plans to ensure that the newly launched shelter provides comprehensive support service, including psychosocial intervention, to promote the overall well-being of the beneficiaries? 2, what mechanisms are in place to strengthen the referral system between the Krugersdorp shelter and the Magaliesberg Center, particularly to guarantee successful skills training and reintegration into the society? 3, how does the department intend to expand this model to other hotspots with high prevalence of homelessness across Gauteng? And lastly, to what extent are municipalities expected to play a role in scaling up this initiative, and what specific responsibility will they be required to undertake in this regard? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Cesar Nyani. Honourable Masibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and thank you to Member Sesedinyane. In responding to question number 1 on the plan to ensure that the newly launched shelter provide comprehensive support, the response is that the department has appointed an NPO to manage the shelter, and the following services are being rendered: the psychosocial services, the screening for admission, there's counseling, there's services to ensure that beneficiaries are also reunited with their families or they are reintegrated back into the society. There's also medical screening, there's also general health services, there's also skills development, and there's also spiritual upliftment sessions. And the department will continuously monitor the shelter to ensure that these comprehensive services are consistently offered. In responding to question number 2, on mechanisms that are in place to strengthen the referral system between Krugersdorp Shelter and Magali Center, particularly to guarantee successful skills training and integration into society. The shelter has appointed a social worker and a nurse who prepare the beneficiaries for skills training, and once they are ready, they are referred to Magaliesberg Center for accredited skills training training services that are also available there, such as your baking, your agricultural skills, and other hardcore skills, such as welding, electricity, and plumbing. In responding to question number 3, how does the department intend to expand this model to other hotspots with a high prevalence of homelessness across Gauteng? All the corridors of Gauteng, it means all the regions that particularly have these hotspots areas, are currently being attended to. Even here in the city center, we'll also be launching another homeless shelter to encourage most of those that are homeless to be able to find shelter. We also provide a shower pass where they're able to go in and get services such as being able to clean themselves. Others are homeless because they came to Gauteng looking for job opportunities, but they ended up not having any shelter and ended up sleeping on the pavements or under the bridges. So by providing these services, we are also able to assist them to be able to prepare themselves to wash and be able to change and be able to go and look for work if they are still looking for work. And those that seek skills training, they are actually assisted with skills training. And over and above, there's also a social worker that also checks on the needs. They end up encouraging, or they end up finding themselves in substances when they're trying to while away some time. But social workers, they're able to intervene and be able to assist them, even take them to rehabs. Others, they're able to refer them and return them back to their families. And the department does provide such services, and they also offer money and offer money to pay for a bus ticket that takes a person home. In responding to question number 4, to what extent are municipalities expected to play a role in scaling up this initiative, and what responsibilities do they have? The municipalities are expected to provide land and buildings, if available, and also to partner with the department in alleviating homelessness. They are also expected to assist with compliance documents such as rezoning approvals and also approved building plans, health certificates, safety certificates, and food acceptability certificates. According to the homeless guidelines, municipalities are also responsible for coordinating outreach programs, screening individuals, and referring them to shelters. The municipalities are expected also to waive municipal rates and services for NGOs and NPOs that are also rendering these services. Thank you, Siamo.
Thank you, MEC Mazibuko. Honorable Sesedinyane.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and I really appreciate the response from the MEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Masai, you can ask your question to the MEC Corporate Governance and Regional Affairs, please. Is it Honorable?
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
That's Honorable Masai.
Go ahead, ma'am.
You have skipped me, so Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Who? Mtlongo. Okay, I'll come. I skipped you. No, sorry, Honorable Masai. Can I just take Honorable Mtlongo? Go ahead, Honorable Mtlongo, please, for the MEC Education.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the House and to the people of Gauteng. Honorable MEC, in advancing the Gauteng provincial government's vision of transforming education and empowering young people with future skills, We welcome the strategic partnership that has seen the donation of a passenger jet to the Rhodesfield School of Specialization with a focus on aviation. This bold initiative will expose learners to real-life training opportunities while positioning Gauteng as a leader in developing critical skills for the aviation sector. Can the MEC kindly provide clarity on the following? Firstly, how does the department intend to integrate this aircraft into the school's aviation curriculum to ensure maximum benefit for learners? Secondly, what are the anticipated opportunities that exist for learners in terms of practical training, industry exposure, and career pathways within the aviation sector as a result of this investment? And finally, how is the department working with industry players such as SAA, FlySafair, Airlink, Flying Schools, and others to expand similar partnerships across more schools of specialization in Gauteng? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Mtlongo. Honorable MEC Chilwani. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honorable Pongo. With regard to the first question, the Rhodesfield Engineering School of Specialization has a focus on aviation. The department has partnered with Airlink to enhance practical exposure to empower learners. Through this partnership, Airlink has provided 2 qualified technicians who will be stationed at the school for a period of 28 months. The primary responsibility of this technician is to initiate the process of familiarizing learners with the basic functioning and components of an aircraft. The Department of Basic Education is in the process of developing a formal aviation curriculum. The technician has been tasked to identify possible curriculum offerings that could be incorporated into the school's academic program in the future. In the interim, the technicians will support the school in the implementation of aviation-related content through the multi-certification skills program, beginning with learners in grade 10. This approach ensures that once the formal aviation curriculum has been finalized and approved, learners at Rhodesfield will already possess the foundational knowledge and skills, placing them at an advantage compared to their peers elsewhere. The integration plan for the aircraft into the school aviation curriculum. Firstly, the curriculum alignment. The aircraft will be incorporated into the electrical technology aviation specialization and mechanical technology subject, ensuring practical application of theoretical content prescribed in the CAPS curriculum. Lessons on aerodynamics, flight mechanism, propulsion, and aircraft system will directly reference the aircraft for hands-on learning. Secondly, we'll have practical training. Learners will engage in maintenance simulation, system checks, and basic inspection on the aircraft, aligned with industry safety standards. Controlled exposure to cockpit familiarization will give learners practical insight into instrumentation and control. The skills development aspect, the aircraft will be used as a platform to teach technical troubleshooting, safety protocols, and standard aviation maintenance practices. Learners will gain problem-solving and critical thinking skills by working with real aviation systems. And D, the partnership with industry, collaboration with South African Civil Aviation Authority, aviation colleges, and local flight school will ensure training is accredited and industry relevant. Furthermore, opportunities for job shadowing internship will be linked to practical experience learners gain from the aircraft. And we'll have extracurricular enrichment. Aviation clubs, technical skills competition will integrate use of the aircraft to encourage innovation, learner engagement beyond the classroom. Exposure to career pathways in aeronautical engineering, piloting, and aircraft maintenance will be emphasized. Teachers will receive specialized training to ensure that they can effectively guide learners in using the aircraft as a teaching and learning resource. And lastly, the safety and compliance. All activities will be conducted under strict safety regulations, safety regulations and compliance standards to ensure learner protection while maximizing hands-on exposure. With regard to the second question, the investment at Rhodesfield Engineering School Specialization is expected to open several opportunities for learners within the aviation sector. These include the practical training aspect, hands-on experience, applied learning, and technical simulation. They will also get industry exposure, which will be formed by partnership with aviation stakeholders, which will include the collaboration with South African Civil Aviation Authority, airlines, and technical training organizations. to expose learners to industry standards, job shadowing and internship, where learners will get practical workplace experience in aircraft maintenance facilities, guest lectures and demonstration. Industry experts will be invited to engage learners, offering insight into current trends and technologies in aviation, career pathways, the early grounding in aviation-related content delivered through the multi-certification skills program from grade 10 will position learners to pursue further studies and careers as follows once the formal aviation curriculum is approved: aircraft maintenance and engineering, piloting and flight operations, aerospace design and innovation, supporting aviation professions, and the skills development for the future, transferring technical skills, and preparation for IR careers. This initiative will also benefit learners from poor and vulnerable communities who would otherwise not be able to access such specialized aviation education and career pathways at private institutions. With regard to the third question, the department's current partnership with Rosefield Engineering School especially serves as a strong example of the collaborative engagement that the department maintains with airlines operating in our skies. Through these partnerships, learners are exposed to practical training, industry knowledge, and career pathways in the aviation sector. In addition, our team is actively engaged in South African Airways, which is collaborating with the Department of Basic Education on the development of the aviation curriculum. We are also in discussion with Airports Company of South Africa, AXA, to address aviation-related matters, including the identification of job opportunities within the sector, ensuring the department can provide informed guidance to learners interested in pursuing aviation careers. These engagements reflect the department's commitment to expanding similar partnerships across more schools of specialization in Gauteng. Through ongoing dialogue and collaboration with industry players, including SAA, Fly SA Fair, Airlink, and flying schools, and other relevant stakeholders, the department seeks to strengthen practical training, mentorship opportunities, career readiness for learners across the province. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Chirwane. Honorable Mhlongo. I'm finished now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I think, Chair, we must appreciate and welcome the intention to have the aviation curriculum. It's quite important in a space where we live in an era in the world that is globalized and interconnected. Aviation plays quite a crucial role in everything that we do. Just to check with the MEC, maybe finally, if there's any intention to have any partnerships with the city of Ekurhuleni as one of the cities that have a retro police or an airport city in place, and it intends on working on it as one of its 10-point economic plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Your suggestion is noted. We will be engaged in the city. We have engaged the city in the past, but we will go back and revive our collaboration with the city. It's noted. Thank you. Well received.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Honorable Musa, you can ask the question for the MEC Contractor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. Around August 2024, Gauteng Provincial Government launched a CBD revitalization program in Johannesburg City Centre. This initiative, led by Premier Lusufi, which entailed efforts to improve cleanliness, lighting, and security, is a key part of the government's broader strategy to attract investment and enhance the quality of life for the people of Gauteng. Can the MEC for Contractor answer the following questions? What is the level of engagement by citizens and private partners in contributing towards the success of this initiative to date? How has this initiative changed the public perception of keeping our city clean, protecting its landscape and the public infrastructure for the benefit of all its users? How many CBD Fridays campaigns have been held successfully so far? And how many CBD work streams are in place so far? And what progress have they attained in meeting the strategic objective of the CBD revitalization strategy to date? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Musa. Honorable Mutara.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai, for the question. The response is as follows. On the first part of the question, the stakeholder engagement has been vital throughout the various stages of the CBD revitalization program to ensure integration, participation and responsiveness. Extensive stakeholder engagements were conducted and partnerships formed across spheres of government, especially with the private sector. Efforts are ongoing with the private sector, specifically around the following components of CBD revitalization. The key private sector stakeholders include Josie My Josie and their partners JPOMA, banking and business sectors within the city of Johannesburg, Gauteng Precinct Management Associations and the city improvement districts. A cooperative agreement has been signed between COCTA and Josie My Josie and has been instrumental in getting the private sector involved in the revitalization of Johannesburg CBD. The parties have been collaborating strongly with the City of Joburg on CBD Friday campaigns, now referred to as G13 and Service Delivery Fridays. Outreach activities led by Gauteng Department of Social Development during CBD Friday campaigns have been utilized to engage with citizens, specifically homeless and vulnerable individuals, through awareness on homeless shelters, psychosocial support and food packs. In addition to the above, a communication strategy has been developed to publicize and deliver messaging on CBD Friday campaigns through the distribution of flyers distributed through GPG social media networks. Further strategies will be developed to strengthen citizen engagement. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. No formal research has been conducted to determine changes in people's perception as a result of CBD Friday campaigns. Campaigns which involve multi-sector efforts to address cleaning, crime and urban decay are having some impact on the ground and creating a narrative of rejuvenation. However, sustainability of cleaning efforts and maintenance remains a challenge. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. The provincial government task team responsible for CBD Friday campaigns, led by COCTA and Josie My Josie, have collaborated with the City of Joburg Group Citizen Relationship and Urban Management in Region F, otherwise known as CRUM. They have convened 16 CBD Friday operations. To date, the following CBD Friday campaigns have been conducted. Nelson Mandela Operation, it was in Hillbrow, Doornfontein, Maboneng, Yeoville. This in collaboration with Josie My Josie and private sector partners around Ellis Park Stadium. The CBD revitalization program launched on the 23rd of August 2024 in the High Court Precinct, Hillbrow, north of Yetta Street, south of Goldridge and west of Clarendon Street and the east of Bankert Street on the 15th of November 2024. The Joburg Art Gallery, Joburg Park, that's north of Sophie de Bruyn, south of Pritchard, west of Risick and east of N Streets on the 29th November 2024 and 6 December 2024. Cornhill Precinct on the 31st of January this year, 14th and the 28th of February this year. Joburg Art Gallery on the 14th of March this year. Maboneng Kwamaimai on 23rd of May. Newtown Precinct, 11th July. Government Precinct, 18th July. Joe Slovo Drive, Louis Botha Avenue on the 1st of August. Prasa Railway Precinct, and that is the area between Park Station and Ellis Park, Sophie de Bruyn Street and Hancock, parallel to the railway tracks on the 15th of August. Inner City Core Precinct, the High Court vicinity on the 29th of August, and the Inner City East Precinct, that's Maboneng, Jewel City on 12th September, all this year. The response to the fourth part of the question is as follows. Emanating from the launch of the CBD revitalization program, it was determined that an intergovernmental relations structure would be established that will sustainably drive CBD revitalization. CBD revitalization workstream, led by the HOD of COCTA, was established using the City of Joburg as a pilot with the purpose of mainstreaming implementation in line with Section 154 of the Constitution as part of support to local government. The following sub-work streams were established as an extension of the CBD revitalization workstream, namely 1, waste removal, 2, infrastructure repair, 3, safety and security, 4, social interventions, 5, mobility and transport, 6, economic revitalization, and lastly, support and logistics. Since the intervention by the Presidency in the City of Joburg, these sub-work streams were consolidated into Presidential Joburg Working Group structure, specifically Workstream 8 on the inner city and township rejuvenation. Workstream plans for each Presidential Joburg Working Group sub-working group have been developed with a detailed implementation plan allied to the 555 framework with project leads, milestones, budgets and enablers. This finalized in June this year. The Project Management Office in the Presidency provides secretarial coordination and compiled workstream plans into a consolidated PJWG action plan for presentation to the Presidency and IGR structures. Implementation is taking a two-phase approach, and that is targeting short-term interventions for implementing quick wins that can begin to show improvement and boost business confidence in the 2 to 3 months, and long-term intervention with actions and interventions that address systemic and complex challenges where improvements may only be expected after 12 to 24 months. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome the response from the MEC, and I'm also glad to hear that the program is ongoing and hope that the work streams will continue beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musai. You can ask your second question to the MEC Finance, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. As contained in the 2023-24 financial year, local government audit outcomes, municipalities continue to struggle with the collection of monies owed to them by the organs of state, amongst others, as evidenced by the significant provision for bad debt impairments. Can the MEC of Finance answer the following questions? What is the total amount currently owed by national and provincial departments, organs of state to municipalities? Which departments or organs of state are the biggest contributors to the outstanding debt to municipalities? And what is the age analysis of these debts? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Musai. Honorable MEC Maile.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, and thanks to the Honorable Member for the question. The answer to the first question is that as of August 2025, amount of 303.8 million national departments owed municipalities, and the National Public Works was 217 million, and rural development 86 million, and in the province by August it was 207 million. But I think what is important, okay, and the second question was, who are the biggest contributors? Infrastructure, health, human settlement, education, especially the Section 21 schools. So the currently education owes about 43 million, infrastructure 116 million, transport I think it's 1.8 million, health 28, human settlement 13, social development 3 million. In August, all departments except infrastructure made payments. Department of Education paid just over 17 million. Department of Transport paid over 1.9 million. Department of Health paid 100 million. Then Department of Human Settlement paid 19 million. Social Development about 5.9 million. So we paid about 129 million. But I think what is important, Honorable Chair of Chairs, is that the provincial government pays its bills. I mean, for raising taxes, we pay more than 1.1 billion through Department of Infrastructure. And then you've got water, electricity, which is still in the different departments and all that. But we also have a committee that is responsible for the management and payment of this debt, because we believe it's very important that we must pay municipalities. But we also have sometimes a problem with the billing issues. And there's instances where you find municipalities also owe us money. And we try to, so the point I'm trying to make is there will always be money owed to municipalities. The issue is whether we pay them on time, within 30 days, and whether that debt is credible or not, and if it's accurate, that's what we are dealing with. But as to whether we pay or not, that doesn't arise. We definitely pay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the response. But it is a really a growing concern for us when we realize that municipalities are really not paid on time and by the departments, provincial departments, and we're hoping that there will be, the system will improve and you will end up being able to manage the challenges that are coming up, because we really don't want municipalities to collapse. I know of the municipalities in Mfuleni and Lesedi who are really owed by some of these departments. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Masai. Honourable More, can you ask a question for MEC Human Settlement, please?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. With regard to Tembisa Extension 25 housing project in Hospital View, which was meant to restore dignity through home ownership, instead it lies abandoned, vandalized and stripped while residents wait in vain. Can the MEC answer the following questions? What specific factors led to the abandonment of Hospital View housing project, and who was responsible for overseeing its implementation at the time? How much public funding was spent on the project before construction was halted? And can the MEC provide a breakdown of those expenditures? And finally, what immediate steps are being taken to revive and complete the project? I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable More. Honourable Motara.
Thank you, Member More, for the question. The response is as follows on the first part. Factors that led to the abandonment was the budget was depleted, and then the project was met with theft and vandalism. There was also a lot of community unrest and local businesses demanding 30% participation. Who was responsible for overseeing its implementation at the time was quality assurance was done through the appointed engineers, the City of Ekurhuleni's Quality Assurance Division, the Gauteng Human Settlements Quality Assurance Division, and the NHBRC. How much funds were spent? The response, Member More, can I give it to you, because it gives the budget per item over financial years from the 2017-18 financial year all the way up to the 24-25 financial year. It gives the total breakdown on CAPEX per year for professional fees, who the service provider was, as well as the contractor fees. It's quite extensive, and I can definitely share it with you and table it. But safe to say that on professional fees, a total of 70,705,000 was spent. On contractor services, a total of 376,820,000, 324 rand was spent. And on security services, which was done by the Department of Human Settlements, this only commenced in the year 2019-20 financial year, and was spent in that financial year only, and it was for the amount of 7.5 million. And then the total spent over those financial years for all of those services amounts to 455 million, 48,296 rand and 33 cents. On the immediate steps to revive and complete the project, the city met with the National Department of Human Settlements and requested a budget amounting to 87 million rand to repair and complete the project through the Department of Gauteng Human Settlements. We are still waiting for a reply, or the city, should I say, is still waiting for a reply from the National Department of Human Settlements. And once the budget is made available, the project will be implemented by the provincial department now, only for the 500 units, and then handed back to the city to allocate beneficiaries. As we had reported before, this was a project initiated and implemented by the city. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC Montara. Honourable More.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. This is just a comment to say, Honourable MEC, a lot has been lost, to be honest. I think in future, when we have such projects and we get to a point where the budget is depleted, we really need to make sure that we've got intense security just to take care of our property up until such time we have money. Because you're talking about 500, but initially it was supposed to be 3,000 units, if I'm not mistaken. That should have been, by now, actually given to the communities or allocated accordingly. So thank you very much for the reply. I will actually appreciate the breakdown and hoping that when we start, let's complete so that we don't wait and need more money. 7 million, it's a lot of money. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable More. Honourable Walters, you can ask your question to the MEC Cocta, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regards to the attached document from the City of Ekurhuleni, where the money owing to service providers has now ballooned to 13,092,121,937 rand, could the MEC please provide a breakdown of the trade payables and how much of the 13 billion is owed for longer than 30 days? I thank you.
Okay.
MEC Mutara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you to Member Waters for the question. The response is as follows. For the trade creditor, the current owing is 6.5 million. Is it 6.5 million? No, 6.5 billion. And then 30 days is 2.5 billion, 60 days 1.5 billion, 90 days 1.3 billion, and 120 days plus is 953 million. That amounts to the total 13 billion. 42,692,074 rand. The response to the second part of the question, how much is owed longer than 30 days? It's on 30 days is 2.5, on 60 days 2.5 million, on 60 days is 1.5 billion, on 90 days is 1.3 billion, 120 days 953 million. The total owed longer than 30 days is almost the full amount, 13 billion, 42,692,074 rand. Thanks.
Member Waters, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you, MEC, for that. And I understand once again the information comes from Ekurhuleni. But, you know, 4 weeks ago when the MEC of Contractor actually answered my question about money owed by Ekurhuleni to service providers, he gave a figure of 6.8 billion in totality. So from 4 weeks to now, it's more than doubled to 13 billion rand. I did say to the MEC then, I believed that the Ekurhuleni was misleading him because my figures showed 11 billion. But nevertheless, an increase of 2 billion over 4 weeks is a lot of money. This list here is all the list of all the service providers, 27 pages, that is owed money by the City of Ekurhuleni. Many of these companies have had to lay people off because they have not been paid. In fact, some of them have had to close their doors because they have not been paid. This has a direct impact, negative impact, on the residents of Ekurhuleni who have lost their jobs, but also the general public who are not getting service delivery. To the MEC, and I understand you're not the MEC of Contractor, what emergency strategy is being taken to bring the ballooning debt under control and to get service providers paid before more go underwater and have to close their doors? Thank you, Chair.
MEC.
Thanks, Member Waters. Well, I think given the background and the context that you are providing and the increase over such a short period of time, I am sure that Contractor will, together with Treasury, National Treasury in this instance, and even transferring authorities will really have to look at what legislation they can use to be able to address this. I concur with your sentiments around the effect that this has of not paying service providers, because it's about businesses. It has a direct impact on the economy, and I'm sure that it should interest all of us what will be done in the city to be able to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Who's asking on behalf of Member Rosilengwane? Or is she online? It's Member Waters.
Sorry, Chair, it's me again. Sorry, I'm doing other people's questions.
You forgot.
I forgot, yes. Okay, so Honourable MEC, in April it was revealed that a reply to a DA question that 2.9 million was spent on monthly rental of 55 Fox Street. When we conducted an oversight visit, we were denied entry and prevented from performing our constitutional duty. Despite reliable reports that the building does not comply with occupational health and safety standards and is not fit for employees to use. This is yet another case where millions of taxpayers' rands are wasted on leases for unused buildings while government-owned facilities stand neglected or underutilised. Could the MEC please indicate, one, can the MEC confirm whether the lease agreement for 55 Fox Street, a building that does not comply with occupational health and safety standards and therefore cannot be occupied, has now been terminated? Two, if not, what legal and financial grounds does the department justify continuing to pay for it? Three, who in the department authorised and approved the lease for 55 Fox Street despite its OHS non-compliance? And four, what specific disciplinary measures have been taken against those responsible? I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC Mutara.
Just you and I left, Member Waters. The response is as follows. The department confirms that the lease agreement for 55 Fox Street has expired, with an extension of 1 month officially approved to allow for the Gauteng Department of Education to finalise vacating the building by 30th of September 2025, that's today. The facility will not be occupied beyond today. If not, what legal financial grounds? The response is as follows. On the legal and financial grounds, the department was bound by the terms of a validly concluded lease agreement, which remained in force until the 30th of September 2025. And in line with this contract, the department was obliged to honour monthly payments until its expiry. To have discontinued payment unilaterally, even in the face of emerging OHS concerns, would have exposed the department to legal disputes, claims for damages, and the risk of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The continuation of payments was therefore not a discretionary decision, but a matter of legal compliance, with binding contractual obligations ensuring that the department avoided further financial exposure while preparing for an orderly termination of the lease at its natural end. The response to the third part of the question is that the lease for 55 Fox Street was procured during 2016-17 financial year through an open and competitive tender process, which required all bidders to submit valid OHS compliance certificates before the building could be occupied. At the time of approval and occupation, the building was deemed compliant based on the documentation provided, and therefore the lease was lawfully authorized through the department's prescribed supply chain management processes, rather than by any individual acting outside of policy. The subsequent OHS concerns arose during the period of occupation and not at the point of authorization, underscoring the need for stronger ongoing compliance monitoring rather than indicating irregularity in the original approval of the lease. The response to the last part of the question is as follows. No specific disciplinary measures have been taken against officials in relation to the lease of 55 Fox Street, as the procurement process was conducted in line with the applicable supply chain management regulations and based on the occupational health and safety compliance certificates that were valid at the time of awarding the contract. The concerns around OHS compliance only arose during the course of occupation rather than at inception. However, the department has acknowledged the lessons from this case and is strengthening future lease agreements to include enforceable provisions for continuous OHS compliance, thereby ensuring that accountability and corrective action can be applied should similar issues arise in the future. Thank you.
Deputy Chair, thank
you.
Yes,
you can ask a supplementary question.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, MEC, for that reply. And once again, I realise it's not your department. So just on the fact that the department rents out a building, it's not compliant with the health standards, and yet we continue to pay 2.9 million a month to a landlord who refuses to upgrade the building. It does not make sense. We ought to have taken legal action against that landlord, and I think you even would agree with me on that one, instead of just paying out 2.9 million a month. And I wonder who that landlord is and who he or she is connected to, quite frankly. That should be the question. But my other concern is, MEC, through you, Chair, to the MEC, is that in a recent reply, the MEC of Infrastructure Development admitted that there's insufficient funding for maintenance and refurbishment of government-owned buildings, which has led to us renting out other buildings. And in the same reply, the MEC admits that we are paying for head offices alone in the province 458 million rand a year for rent, but we don't have money to refurbish empty buildings that we could be using. It does not make economic sense, Chair. And I would appeal to the MEC, given that, to take this up in Cabinet. We cannot continue to waste taxpayers' money while buildings are standing empty. Thank you very much.
Do you have a...
Yes, thank you. I think the point is well noted, and for the department to have been able to take any legal action, it would have had to have been provided for in the contract. And I think that's what the department is addressing, is that the lease agreement must have the landlord accountable throughout the period of the lease. But if it, also that the building was occupied, so they were we were paying for a building that was occupied, notwithstanding the OHS issues. But the department is strengthening those so that throughout the period of the lease, the landlord must keep the building in its state as at occupation. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. I'm informed by the table that the next question by Member Rasilingwane was asked before. Yes, so we're going to jump it. Then we're going to go to Member du Plessis.
Chair, I've requested permission to ask the question on behalf of Member du Plessis, if I may proceed.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. A question to the MEC of Human Settlements. With regards to Block 2273 in Afrey Village, Elandsvlei, could the MEC please indicate, 1, is the MEC aware of the structural defects at Block 2273 in Afrey Village, Elandsvlei? 2, there have been numerous promises made about addressing the problem, but nothing has been done yet. Does the department have a plan? 3, does the problem create a possible danger to the current residents living there? 4, is the contractor aware of the structural defects? And 5, does the department have a cost analysis of repairs that need to be done? Thank you, Chair.
MEC.
Thank you. For Member Shirota, or it's for Member du Plessis, through you, Member Shirota, for the question. The response is as follows. The department, yes, is aware of the 12 blocks in of the 12 units in Block 2273 that require repairs of the identified defects. These defects entail, amongst others, the crack on an internal and external wall in some of the units. In addition, these are due to bulk water and sewer leakages. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. Structural assessments by a structural engineer appointed by the developer was completed in February this year. District disaster management assessment was completed later in June. The final review of the technical information and report from the engineer and disaster management team was completed in July this year. The contractor repair work were planned for August post-engagement with the community. However, the commencement of works was deferred as the community demands to be relocated, notwithstanding the technical report from the engineer that works can be carried out while residents are in occupation. The municipal support for community engagement has been requested. Once there is an agreement from the community, works will commence, which is anticipated to take 5 to 6 weeks from the date of commencement with favourable weather conditions. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. The buildings were considered structurally safe and in a livable condition as per the engineer's report. However, the repairs work of the defects remains important. Is the contractor aware of the structural defects? Yes, the developer is aware of the defects and instructed engineers to conduct the assessment as reported and plan for the repair of the works. And does the department have a cost analysis of the repairs for the work that needs to be done? The cost for the repair works is not known by the department. The repairs work costs will be at the cost of the developer, as defects should be attended to by the developer contractor. These will not be paid for by the department. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Shirota.
MEC, this is one of many projects that is a hazard to the residents that live there. And with respect, this takes too long. There's no timelines, there's no implementation strategy. Everybody is waiting on everyone else. We need to do better. The department needs to do better. So I call upon you, MEC, to report back to this House on this particular project before someone gets injured. Thank you.
MEC.
Noted.
Thank you. Member Ngubeni, on behalf of Member Moody.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. The Auditor General has once again exposed the department's blatant disregard for financial accountability. Over 35 million in irregular expenditure paid without valid contracts on proper procurement. With this in mind, can the MEC answer the following questions? What recovery plans are in place to address the 34.920 million paid to subcontractors without valid contracts? And has any legal action been initiated against those responsible? And secondly, can the MEC explain why quotations worth 280,765,000 were not advertised for the required number of days, and what disciplinary steps have been taken against officials who violated these procurement protocols? Thank you.
MEC Ramokgopa.
Thank you, Deputy Chair Chairs. I'm hoping I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you, Member Ngobeni, on behalf of Honourable Member Moody. My response is as follows to the first question. There were 4 payments to subcontractors that were included in this particular Auditor General finding. The first payment was made for security services provided by Gumani Risk Management Services, which was the subcontractor of the main contractor, which is Kaya Guards. The second payment in question were made for the supply and delivery of vegetable production inputs for smallholder farmers by Tembisa Trading, which was a subcontractor of International Trade and Commodities Closed Corporation. The third payments were made to Kalia Pty Ltd for the supply and delivery of pig production inputs for smallholders, of which the main contractor was Witza Trading and Projects. The fourth payments were made to Habari Green Limited for a service provider to clear 8,400 hectares infested with alien invaders vegetation and bush encroaching vegetation for the benefit of small-scale and emerging farmers. And they were the subcontractor of Kumbi Projects. Now, I am sharing this detail because regarding each of these payments, despite being recorded as irregular expenditure, the services were duly rendered for all of those activities. So there is no rationale and no current plan to recover the funds, as the services were indeed rendered. The purpose of the subcontractors was to fulfill the mandatory 30% contracting of designated groups in each of the mentioned tenders. The challenge arose was that the paid subcontractors were appointed together with the main contractors as part of tenders that were awarded by the department. However, it was soon identified that the main contractors were not fulfilling their obligation to pay the subcontractors. So this prompted a decision by the department to pay the subcontractors directly. And this was despite the appointed main contractors having concluded addenda to their service level agreements that included their respective subcontractors, upon which the terms to pay those subcontractors were supposed to occur. The purchase orders were therefore issued in line with the deliverable commitments in each of the awarded tenders. And as a consequence, there's no intention for legal action to be initiated against anyone at this stage. However, following engagement with the parties to the tenders, i.e. the main contractors, the subcontractor purchase orders were cancelled at the end of July 2025. And the department is now only paying the main contractors and will continue to proceed in that manner. GDOT is, however, currently investigating the matter, and further controls are being considered for future tenders, such as including provisions in contracts that ensure that clearly stipulate a breach of contract by the main contractor if they fail to pay their mandated subcontractor on time. With regards to the second question, Honourable Ngobeni, this was mainly caused by the vacuum that has existed in the department and was created by the vacancy of the director and deputy director responsible for supply chain management. This resulted in there being an over-reliance on junior officials, which led to some of these errors, which were unfortunately not picked up on time. The amount in question, as you've correctly stated, is 280,765. As of the 1st of August 2025, these vacancies have now been filled. One was filled through a secondment and the other through a full-time appointment, and proper controls have been put in place so as to ensure future compliance. However, it must be mentioned that all service providers who submitted quotations for these transactions were afforded the same or similar timeframes to submit their quotes. So continuous corrective measures such as reskilling of officials are being implemented to ensure that such errors are avoided and will not be repeated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramokgopa. Member Ngubeni, any supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable MEC. However, I must point out that your answer suggests to me that because services were rendered, we should simply accept that there was irregular expenditure and there won't be any consequences towards that. But me and you know that irregular expenditure is not only about whether work was done, it's also about whether procurement processes were followed and whether value for money was achieved and whether officials are held accountable for such conduct. So my question is, are we going to just let it go and not correct it so that it doesn't reoccur in the future? Or we are going to take steps towards ensuring that we don't experience this high amounts of irregular expenditure in the department? Thank you very much.
MEC Ramokgopa.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And the point is well made, Member Ngobeni. For clarity's sake, the interpretation of my response should be that there are currently no plans in place to recover the funds. And that was the point that was being made about the fact that services were rendered. So there is no plan in place to recover funds because the services were duly rendered and they were rendered according to the specification. The second part of my response speaks to the measures that are now being put in place to hold main contractors accountable for paying their subcontractors, because a big challenge that we have is in non-delivery and in the poor service delivery is that we have a situation where subcontractors, who are the ones that are actually the implementing agents of a lot of our projects, do not get paid by main contractors. And unfortunately, we have no recourse or ability to engage with them. So the corrective action is indeed that we need to tighten up controls to ensure that no such irregular expenditure is possible in the future. But it also goes to being preventative and ensuring that we review our contracts such that we are entitled to take punitive measures against main contractors in the event that they are found to be contravening our own procurement practices, i.e. the 30-day payments, or just not paying their service providers. And so there's two sides of the coin. There is one that says we do need to take corrective measures to tighten up our internal controls. And lastly, we need to ensure that the need does not arise for us to then have to take such action going forward. And to do that, we need to ensure that we build in the necessary protections and our draft. Thank you, Member Ngobeni.
Thank you, MEC Ramokgopa. Member who's asking a question on behalf of Member Hicklin? Oh, Member Hicklin is here. Okay. Didn't see you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I didn't realise I was that small. On the 12th of August 2025, during the House sitting, MEC Mamabolo, you begged the DA's indulgence when I requested details on the extreme delays in the opening of the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Laboratory at Helen Joseph Hospital that has already cost in excess of 703 million rand. I agreed, based on your assurance that a high-level inquiry was being launched. With that in mind, MEC, could you please indicate, 1, has the investigation been initiated? 2, who has been tasked with handling the investigation? 3, if the investigation has commenced, what has the investigation revealed to date? 4, if the investigation has not commenced, why not? And 5, if the investigation has not commenced, when will it commence? Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
MEC Mutara, you are the MEC of everything today.
Something like that. So, Member Hicklin, thank you for the question. I'm going to respond in accordance to yes. So, has the investigation been initiated? The response from MEC Mamabolo is that I was referring to the review on excessive delays and variations on the project, which is currently in progress. Who has tasked been to handle the investigation? Bowman, Duma, Zita attorneys are handling the review. Has the investigation commenced? The process is still. If the investigation has commenced, what has the investigation revealed to date? The process is still in progress, and the MEC will be able to brief the House on the outcomes of the review once it's finalized. Has it commenced? Yes, it has. And the response to the last part, if the investigation has not, is not relevant. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Member Hicklin, do you have a short remark?
Just that it seems to be taking a really long time, and as much, thank you, MEC Mutara, for responding to things that are really not within your ambit. I just feel that the importance of the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Laboratory is not actually understood, because of if it was, the delays would have been addressed and the inquiry would be a lot speedier than it is. I will take this up with MEC Mamabolo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members Kosana, your question is the last one and the longest ever. May you ask your question? May you read your question? Very long question.
We're going to abbreviate it for you very quickly. Don't worry, Deputy Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. The Mutlakeng Community Healthcare Center, based in Mutlakeng, in the West Rand, was supposed to have been completed and launched for operations in October 2020. The MEC for Health actually stated in an interview by the media publication in February 2025 that the project will resume and be completed and launched in May 2025, yet nothing has happened in this regard. The clinic is currently incomplete and there are no construction activities leading towards the completion of the project. Mutlakeng as a community has only one small clinic that is extremely overcrowded, short-staffed, lacking proper healthcare services, resources to meet the growing needs of that community. Now the question is, what are the reasons behind the delays of the construction project, and what contingency measures has the department put in place to ameliorate this situation? And the second question is, what is the status quo of the project, and when will the facility be ready to function and benefit the community of Mutlakeng? Thank you. That was short.
Yeah, thank you very much, Members Kosana, for the summarized question. Short in version.
Thanks. I was hoping he's going to withdraw, but that's on a lighter note. Thank you very much. The response is as follows. Members Kosana, that the DID is not responsible for the Mutlakeng Community Healthcare Center based in Mutlakeng, West Rand. DID was commissioned to implement Randfontein CHC based in Mohlakeng, West Rand, which is currently at construction stage 5, which is 81% completion. The question related to Mohlakeng Community Healthcare Center should please be forwarded to the Gauteng Department of Health for a response. Thank you.
Members Kosana, any supplementary question or final remark for today?
Chair, let me free the House and thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's member Msimang.
Chair, I'm reading some disturbing news here. There's breaking news about the passing of former Minister Nathi Mthethwa that is on all the radio stations and all the TV stations at this point in time.
I didn't hear you, member. Huh?
But this just came now. I'm saying it just came now. But I'm saying, Chair, I'm not talking, I'm talking to you. I'm saying there is this information that has just come through. Do you know anything about it? Are we going to respond in any way? I'm saying.
Thank you, Member Msimang.
That's how cold you are.
All right.
No, but that's how cold you are to even your own comrades. To even your own comrades. Heartless as you are. Heartless as you are. How can you care about South Africans if you cannot even care about your own? How can you care about South Africans even if you cannot care for your own? Heartless. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You should all be ashamed of yourselves.
Yeah, you see, I'm going to stop when you've stopped. Okay, that concludes the business of the day. The date of the next sitting. This is very noisy, né? And very irritating.
Chair,
I'm sorry.
Before you close the meeting, Chair.
Yes, member.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we're also receiving those set news, but unfortunately the employer and the political organization of which Mr. Nathi Mthethwa belongs to have not issued any statement. So let us learn to and until the right authority announces, and at the right time, I think through you, Chair, or maybe the Speaker, that announcement will be made. We convene. But I think the Honourable Msimang must withdraw the statement that says, I'm not sure whether he was referring to Honourable Tasnim to say she has to do with the death of Liz. No,
Okay.
but you did.
No,
We heard you.
No, members, okay. We have received a question for urgent reply in terms of Rule 135 from Member Engelbrecht. My ruling that the question is not urgent. The question should be submitted through the formal normal processes. And that concludes the business of the day. The next sitting is on the 21st of October 2025. The House is now adjourned.